ਓਂਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੁ। ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚ। ਇਕ ਓਂਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤਿ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੁ। ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚ। ਸਲੋਕ ਕਾਮ ਕ੍ਰੋਧ ਅਰ ਲੋਭ ਮੋਹ ਬਿਨਸ ਜਾਇ ਅਹੰ ਮੇਵ। ਨਾਨਕ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਸਰਣਾਗਤੀ ਕਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਗੁਰਦੇਵ ਅਸਟਪਦੀ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਛਤੀਹ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਖਾਹੇ ਤਿਸੁ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਪਉ ਰਾਖੋ ਮਨ ਮਾਹੇ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਸੁਗੰਧਤ ਤਨ ਲਾਵਹਿ ਤਿਸ ਕਉ ਸਿਮਰਤ ਪਰਮ ਗਤਿ ਪਾਵਹਿ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਬਸਹਿ ਸੁਖ ਮੰਦਰਿ ਤਿਸ ਹਿ ਧਿਆਏ ਸਦਾ ਮਨ ਅੰਦਰਿ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਗ੍ਰਹ ਸੰਗ ਸੁਖ ਬਸਨਾ ਆਠ ਪਹਰ ਸਿਮਰਹੁ ਤਿਸੁ ਰਸਨਾ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਰੰਗ ਰਸ ਭੋਗ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਦਾ ਧਿਆਈਐ ਧਿਆਵਨ ਜੋਗ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਪਾਟ ਪਟੰਬਰ ਹੰਢਾਵਹਿ ਤਿਸ ਹਿ ਤਿਆਗ ਕਤ ਅਵਰ ਲੁਭਾਵਹਿ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਸੁਖ ਸੇਜ ਸੋਈਜੈ ਮਨ ਆਠ ਪਹਰ ਤਾ ਕਾਜਾ ਸੋ ਗਾਵੀਜੈ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੁਜ ਸਭ ਕਉ ਮਾਨੈ ਮੁਖ ਤਾਕੋ ਜਸੁ ਰਸਨ ਬਖਾਨੈ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੇਰਾ ਰਹਤਾ ਧਰਮ ਮਨ ਸਦਾ ਧਿਆਏ ਕੇਵਲ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਜੀ ਜਪਤ ਤਰਗਹ ਮਾਨੁ ਪਾਵਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਪਤਿ ਸਿਧਿ ਘਰ ਜਾਵਹਿ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਆਰੋਗ ਕੰਚਨ ਦੇਹੀ ਲਿਵ ਲਾਭੋ ਤਿਸੁ ਰਾਮ ਸਨੇਹੀ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੇਰਾ ਓਲਾ ਰਹਤ ਮਨ ਸੁਖ ਪਾਵਹਿ ਹਰਿ ਹਰਿ ਜਸੁ कहत। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੇਰੇ ਸਗਲ ਛਿਦਰ ਢਾਕੇ ਮਨ ਸਰਨੀ ਪਾਰੋ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਤਾਕੈ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੁਜ ਕੋ ਨ ਪਹੁੰਚੈ ਮਨ ਸਾਸ ਸਾਸ ਸਿਮਰਹੁ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਊਚੇ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਪਾਈ ਦੁਰਲਭ ਦੇਹ ਨਾਨਕ ਤਾਕੀ ਭਗਤ ਕਰੇਹ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਆ ਭੂਖਨ ਪਹਿਰੀਜੈ ਮਨ ਤਿਸ ਸਿਮਰਤ ਕਿਉ ਆਲਸੁ ਕੀਜੈ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਆਸਵਾ ਹਸਤੇ ਅਸਵਾਰੀ ਮਨ ਤਿਸ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਉ ਕਬਹੂ ਨ ਵਿਸਾਰੀ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਬਾਗ ਮਿਲਖ ਧਨਾ ਰਾਖੋ ਪਰੋਏ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨਾ। ਜਿਨੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਮਨ ਬਨਤ ਬਨਾਈ ਊਠਤ ਬੈਠਤ ਸਦ ਤਿਸ ਹਿ ਧਿਆਈ। ਤਿਸ ਹਿ ਧਿਆਇ ਜੋ ਏਕ ਲਖੈ ਈਹਾ ਊਹਾ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੇਰੀ ਰਖੈ। And today ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਕਰਹਿ ਪੁੰਨ ਬਹੁ ਦਾਨ ਮਨ ਆਠ ਪਹਰ ਕਰ ਤਿਸ ਕਾ ਧਿਆਨ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੂੰ ਆਚਾਰ ਬਿਵਹਾਰੀ ਤਿਸੁ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਉ ਸਾਸ ਸਾਸ ਚਿਤਾਰੇ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੇਰਾ ਸੁੰਦਰ ਰੂਪ ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਭੁ ਸਿਮਰਹੁ ਸਦਾ ਅਨੂਪ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੇਰੀ ਨੀਕੀ ਜਾਤ ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਭੁ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸਦਾ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ। ਜਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੇਰੀ ਪਤ ਰਹਿ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਸੋ ਕਹੈ। Just going back to last week's the fourth party here. Jeh prasad ya bhukhan pehrijai. So we'll go through this. I'm just going to read it and just go through a quick translations of some of it. Bhukhan gehne jewelry, right? Jeh prasad ya bhukhan pehrijai. Man tesu simrat kyun alaso kijai, to be lazy. यह प्रसाद असवा घोड़े हासते हाथी असवारी to ride on. यह प्रसाद असवा हासते असवारी मानते सो प्रभु को कबहू न बिसारी। यह प्रसाद बाग gardens, बाग मिल्क जमीन लैंड तना मनी। यह प्रसाद बाग मिल्क तना राख परोए प्रभु अपने मना जिन्हें तेरी मन बनत बनाई उठत बैठ सदत से त्याज जो एक अलख है इहा उहा नानक तेरी रखा। So just going through last week's यह प्रसाद या भूखन पहरी जा जिन्हां भाव वाहिगुरु जी की कृपा नाल वाहिगुरु जी की कृपा रूपी वाहिगुरु जी कृपा रूपी गहने आप जी पाउंदे हो। So you wear the jewelry of Maharaj's grace. अजपा जाप जो अंदर चलता जो चल पे महाराज सत्ता नाल, that's the necklace करता 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 करता, that's the bracelet Madhusudan 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 जपी जाना, that's the ring. So all this jewelry that we wear of Maharaj's grace नाम जपन रूपी है ना। मन ते सुसिमरत क्यों आलस कीजै ए मेरे मन ਆਪਾਂ आलस क्यों करते हैं, why do we become lethargic while remembering them? So this is a conversation with ourselves. ਆਪਾਂ ਮਨ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ हैं, hey मेरे मन, why are you becoming lazy when you're supposed to be remembering them? When you start remembering them, why do you become lazy? यह प्रसाद aswa hasate asvari jena by whose grace you have aswa horses, hasate hathi elephants, asavari all types of vehicles to asawar to be aswar on, to ride on. By whose grace you have Vaheguruji's elephants. The grace is the elephants, the horses, and the vehicle. Secondary अर्थ मानते सो प्रभु को कबहू ना विसारी है मेरे मन उन्हां नू कदी ना विसारी। So once again, a conversation with the man, internal dialogue going on. मन ते सो प्रभु को कबहू ना विसारी, you're talking to your man, hey man उन्हां नू ना विसार, don't forget them. यह प्रसाद बाग मिल्ख तना जिन्हां भाव वाहिगुरू जी की कृपा नाल उन्हां दी कृपा रूपी बाग है तुहाडे कोल, the कृपा रूपी gardens and कृपा रूपी land and कृपा रूपी money, नाम रूपी wealth. So by whose grace you have the garden of virtues, the land of Guru Sahib Ji's love, and Naam Tan, right? The wealth of Naam. यह प्रसाद बाग मिल्ख तना राखो परोए प्रभु अपने मना। So keep them pierced, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਰੋ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ, ਨਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਰੋ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ, keep them pierced in your heart, in your mind. ਜਿਹਨੇ ਤੇਰੀ ਮਨ ਬਨਤ ਬਣਾਈ ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ, the one that created your form, the one that created, this is where buddhi is, this is where ahankar is, this is where simarani is, this is where we remember, this is how the karma cycle plays out in this life, this is the amount of karma that plays out in this life, this is how Shabda comes and cuts your karma, and the game, this whole game that Maharaj is allowing us to play and be a part of. Jene teri man banata banai, the one that created your form, mere man, the one that created you. Utata baithata sadate sahitai. So getting up, getting out of bed, sitting down, sitting in a chair, getting out of your avyas, whatever your daily practice may be, Amrita Villa, or whatever time you guys are waking up, getting up out of that practice, sitting back into that practice of constant tonantian, shabdantian, getting up, sitting down, samadhi, in samadhi, out of samadhi. And then obviously this is on a spectrum. It goes all the way merging with Nirguna Brahmji. You talk about the Kabir Sahib Ji and them now. You know, because yeah, Danke de Chor te kenda, yeah, I met Vaheguru, I'm one with them, right? Like Gopal मिले निशान बजाई डंके दे चोट ते मार के कहना yeah, I met the creator, right? Like very different high level stuff they're talking about. But wherever we are on that spectrum, sitting, getting up, uthat baitak, sadate se tiyai. Always remember them. Tiyai, concentration. They say tiyai jo ek alakh hai. So alakh hai, we talked about this a little bit last time, how it can be seen in two ways, but Maharaj Punjabi is stating the one that certainly, this is how we're going to translate that here, the one that certainly knows about protecting everyone, always remember them. The alakh hai, that's one that certainly knows. So remember alakh hai, without lakh hai, seen. So the one that cannot be seen, we could do it that way as well. But for this arth, we're sticking with this, the one that certainly, certainly lakh hai, sees, knows. Iha uha nanak teri rakha. Aithe bhi, we can say iha uha, in this lok and parlok de vich, Akal Purkh ji, Vaheguru ji will keep you in this world and the next world. Iha uha, iha. So once again, this can be broken down. It depends on where you're sitting, man. It can be broken down. Oh, be interesting to see how you guys wrote some of this. Iha uha, in this situation, current situation that I'm living in. Uha, in any future situation that may be arriving. Wherever your mind is sitting, the situation that your mind is sitting, why Maharaj is keeping us in, even in that situation, uha, where the situation may arise. So wherever you want to take this, but in this world and in the next world, is arth here, by which they will merge you into themselves and protect you here in this world and in the next world. Iha uha, Nanak, Panjapashi is stating, Teri rakha. Also, yeah, here's some notes: protection from birth, death, messengers of Vakars. Vakars themselves, messengers of death. All right. Hope you all are doing good today, Mara Kirpa. Yeah, let's get flowing. Jeh prasad karhe pun bahudan. The videos, these videos, I know some of you guys were asking about it. They will be up soon. Everything is exported. It's just a matter of putting everything online now. And yeah, so they'll be up soon. So Jeh prasad karhe pun bahudan. Jeh prasad. Jinnah. By whose? Jinnah. Prasad Kirpa. Can't see the screen. Theek hai ji. I don't think I shared it today. 1 second. Here I'm thinking you guys are seeing all this. Here we go. All right. That makes sense. All right. Yah prasad karhe, do, karde. Pun, Bahodan. So when you hear Dan Pun, you hear it together, Pun Dan in Punjabi, like, you know, Pun Dan Karda Banda, you hear together. Pun itself, we'll say a virtuous action. Pun. Baho means a lot. And Dan da arth ਆਪਾਂ ਦਾਨ ਹੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, alms giving, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਦੇਣਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਦਾਨ ਕਰਨਾ ਕੁਝ। Could be money, could be things. Dan. You know, there are a lot of things happen during this winter time, even in Toronto. A lot of Sikh Sangat gives a lot of stuff. You know, there's homeless initiatives going on, a lot of other initiatives that happen during this time. And you guys got, yeah, you know, Call Side, they're 24/7, 365 Dan mode. So they're always in this mindset of giving. So jeh prasad karhe pun bahudan. Well, here's a cool note Bhagaji wrote. Pun daan de evaz ch kuch bhi nahi liya janda. So when you do pun and daan, it's not with the intention of getting anything back. It's a cool little note there. So pun daan de evaz ch kuch bhi nahi liya janda. हे प्रेमी जी, जिन्हां भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी महा विस्माद प्रकाश स्वरूप सच्ची कृपा ही कृपा नाल आप जी धन पदार्थ आदि बहुता पुण्य दान करते हो। पहला अर्थ, right? Physically you do दान पुण्य, है ना? First अर्थ. You know, we'll write that in English too. First अर्थ. By whose grace you donate a lot of money and items. Drinking, this is new. I usually don't drink this, but so this is just pani with haldi in it, and didn't have ginger today, so grated some lasan, garlic, and put in here. It's pretty cool. There's some honey in here too. By whose grace you donate a lot of money and items, है ना? ਦੂਜਾ ਅਰਥ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਵਤਾਰ ਚ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਅਤਿਅੰਤ ਦੁਖੀ ਜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਮਰਿਆਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੀਸ, look at Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib ji, right? Look at like, so ਆਪਣੇ ਸੀਸ ਸਰਵੰਸ, talk about Guru Gobind Singh ji here, ਸਰਵੰਸ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਕਰਨ ਰੂਪ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਪੁੰਨ ਦਾਨ ਕਰੇ ਹਨ ਸਦਾ ਲਈ, right? So this is the primary arth here, by whose grace you donate a lot of money and items. This is arth that I feel like this came out of Bhagaji's love. Like it's just like I could see him flowing this way. So Jeh Prasad Karhe Pun Bahudan. Vaheguru Ji came into the form of Guru Sahib Ji. So Nirgun to they came into Sargun, gave hurting individuals, Dukhi Jiyanu, they gave them Gurbani, they gave them Maryada, which is a way to live. They sacrificed their own lives and along with the lives of their families, right? So Sara Sarvan Soni Vardata. Um, so so if you guys want to write that artha, you guys can write that as well. That's a secondary out there. Yah prasad karhe pun bahudan. By whose grace you donate a lot of money and items. So Guru Sahib Ji came, the other way this is taken, Guru Sahib Ji came and donated to us. They donated Gurbani, they gave us Gurbani, they showed us Maryada. They gave the pon and the dan they did was of their own lives and the lives of their families for us. Oh, garlic all the way. Oh, no way. All right. Keeps you warm, Hannah.
Good for the immune system. Did you mean to write, came into the form of Guru Sahib and gave hurting individuals Gurbani?
Hanji.
Hurting individuals.
Individuals that are hurting.
Okay.
Sorry, Sukhmani, you know my English. So yeah, if you guys can write this better, feel free. It gave individuals who are hurting, who have pain. So Vaheguruji came into the form of Guru Sahib Ji and gave individuals who are hurting Gurbani, Maryada. They sacrifice their own lives along with the lives of their families. Individuals who are suffering. Yeah, that's a better way to say it, Manroop, Vanita. All right. Jeh prasad karhe pun bahudan. Guys, let's move on. Man. So once again, the conversation goes back to the man. It's about the man. Man, mind. Art, 8. Pahar. Pahar is sections of the day. Pahar, Punjabi pahari kamange. Kare, do, karna kar. This. This ka, in English, we'll move this ka together and just write there. Tinada, right? There. This nu Punjabi ch tinna. Ka da arth da. Dhyan, we'll leave as dhyan in Punjabi and concentration in English. So man. So man, आठ पहर, अठे पहर, कारे, तिसका ध्यान. मन 8 pahar, each bed 3 hours a day. Kare, tiska, ਧਿਆਨ, ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ, ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ. In all 8 sections of the day, concentrate on them in your heart, in your mind. So ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਦਾਤਾ ਦਾਤਾਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਕਿਰਪਾਲ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਆਹਟ ਪੈਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਨ 'ਚ ਧਿਆਨ ਕਰ. ਜਿਵੇਂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਈਐ ਜੀਓ ਲਾਏ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਲ ਧਿਆਨ. So sing ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਈਐ ਜੀਓ. Sing the guns, the virtues of Govind, sing Gurbani, lai Satguru naal dhyan, and keep your dhyan with your Satguru. It's just another way of doing it by singing the virtues. This can also be, if we keep going and keep digging at this, lai Satguru naal dhyan. The dhyan with your Satguru is that of Govind Gun Gaiya Ji. So once you start singing the virtues, the guns of Govind, meaning once you start singing Gurbani, that is you doing dhyan of your Satguru. Ton meh dhyan. ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਬਾਬਾ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਖੋਪਰਾ ਲਾਹੌਣ ਤੋਂ ਮਗਰੋਂ 22 ਦਿਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਧਿਆਨ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਉਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ. ਸੋ ਭਾਈ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, there's a ਪ੍ਰਮਾਣ here, ਭਾਈ ਤਾਰੂ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ, even 22 days after, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਖੋਪੜਾ ਲਹਾਤਾ, even 22 days after, they still sat without their khopra in samadhi roop. They say they kept meditating. So 22 days after even, they stayed within that body. So in all 8 sections of the day, concentrate on them. Concentrate on Vaheguru Ji. Ton meh dhyan, what does that mean? Ton is the sound, the current, the naad. Ton is the vibration. Ton, I believe, can also be seen on a spectrum. As the vasta grows, the ton gets deeper. First, our ton is, well, when the baby is in the womb, the ton is ajapaja, the ton is jap. So liv chhodki lagi tarisna maya mara vartaya, when that happens, then our ton, because we got to go back to that, is Vaheguru, Vaheguru, and it's the hearing of this. That's the ton. When you hear this with your ears, and when you start utilizing your ears in this way, then you start listening to Gurbani. Any Gurbani, you start listening to Mani, you start listening to Vaheguru Mantra. That's the ton that flows, that naad that comes and penetrates you and it penetrates your heart. So that's the ton. Putting your dhyan inside that, meaning you're not visualizing, you're not doing anything. All you're doing is putting your full concentration in the voice. You're listening. You're listening to Vaheguru. Kirtan going on. You're listening to Kirtan going on. You're doing Kirtan, but you're not only singing, you're listening to your own voice while you're singing. And then that play can occur. Your mind goes into the translations. It comes back just to the ton. It's just enjoying the ton for the sake of no thoughts. And then it can go to the thought of translation if it wants to as well. So it's just a fine game. Choji mere Govinda. This Maharaj is playing, Maharaj plays its game at that level. So ton meh dhyan, putting your dhyan in that ton. Ton meh dhyan, dhyan meh janya. And from that dhyan, when you stay present, and that is geho tohar, o dwar, sagal dwar ko chhad ke, you've left all the other doors of calm, krodh, pain, etc., family. I gotta make soup today. I gotta make dal today. I have a flight coming up. I have to go there. I have a smagam coming up. I have whatever it may be. You've left everything. And you sagal dwar, all the doors you sagal dwar ko chhad ke gahe tuharo dwar. I've gone to your dwar. I've gone there. In the sense, my concentration is present. But my concentration is present at your door now. My concentration is at your shabad, is at your feet, in the sense that it's at your shabad. Meaning my mind isn't going anywhere else. It's just present at your ton, at your shabad. So ton dhyan meh janya. And when we start staying present, Mata Hare Pucha Kaun Hai Para Hamare Bar, Bhakt Kabir Sahib Ji goes, if you just lay down in Maharaj Dwar, in front of his Dwar, Kadi ta Maharaj puchuge kaun pya mere das. There'll come a time Maharaj will ask, who's this lying down in front of my door? Well, there'll come a time. ठीक है आज नहीं सुनाई हुंदे आज नहीं पहुंचदे कल नहीं पहुंचदे he might not call upon you today or tomorrow, but going in, walking out, coming in and out of the door, there will come a time when they'll be like, who's this lying down on my door? Who's this always at my door? Dhyan meh janya. And from that concentration comes janya, the realization, comes emerges, comes a fourth state of marriage, which is merging with the one. So that's the play. That's the play of Tun and Dhyan. Shabad, so Shabad is the guru, and the dhyan, the concentration, is the follower. So all this we're talking about, like we just talked about, piercing nam in your heart, that means keeping it flowing. That means keeping your concentration there, keeping it there, it runs away, it goes to another dwar, you bring it back with love, and geho toharo dwar. I've come to your dwar. I've come to your dwar. I'll come to your dwar again. I'll come to your dwar again. I'm going to stay at your dwar. That's and once this concentration, it's a practice, and it's overall, it's just this bhatta of love where Maharaj wishes gives it's a play of kirpa end of the day. But us, then don't want anyone thinking what kirpa. This is kirpa. It's all kirpa that's happening. There's never a time of the day where kirpa never is not occurring. There's always kirpa happening. Maharaj is always teaching us. Maharaj is always making us grow. So is that play and staying present there. Shabd Guru Sorte Tone Chilla, the Shabd is the Guru, and the concentration is the Chilla of the Shabd, right? So if it's the Chilla, that means it follows the Shabd in and out, up and down, Apukhan wearing jewelry now, it does not matter. Like it does your whole life. You could become wealthy, you can become less wealthy, you could whatever in this body, whatever our economy is going to play out, and it's never going to be a great time or a evil time. Like it's always a flow. So amongst all this craziness, there are beautiful sayings like like dancing in the storm or whatever it may be. There's so many sayings like that. Staying present at the dwar, in the Shabad, being the chilla of your guru at that time and every time. And obviously we're going to fall off, and that's the whole, like you fall off when hard times hit maybe, or when you fall off when good times hit, right? Like excitement comes and things are going really well for you, and and in the good, in the bad, come back to the tongue. Stay present in the tongue, because they're both irrelevant. So Aठ पहर करे तिसका ध्यान. In all 8 sections of the day, do their dhyan. यह प्रसाद तू आचार व्यवहार. So by whose jinnah प्रसाद ग्रेस कृपा कृपा तू यू आचार पंजाबी च अर्थ आचार दा आपां करतब करांगे आचार so long one a person's actions what a person does their work in the sense the way a person moves about in the sense of their customs their rituals what they do what's their achar what's their achan what's their kartab right so jeh prasad tu you aap ji achar one's actions one's work in the sense the way one moves about their life what are their customs what are their rituals what do they do what are they about
Vijay, achar could be a character too.
yeah character can fall under this yeah achar achar one's actions the work the way a person moves about in the sense of their customs their rituals what they do character yes Ravi, yes it would fall under this as well how they treat others um what they do their all that their customs their what do they do with their case they kangena case what do they do with that like how do they look at the opposite sex what's their viewpoint um what's their achan like what else do they do like how do they move about what are their actions ਵਿਵਹਾਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਿਵਹਾਰੀ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ a business person यह प्रसाद है तू आचार व्यवहारी व्यवहारी हे प्रेमी जी आप जी जिन्ना भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी विस्माद सच्ची अमर किरपाई किरपा दे शुभ करतब पुण्य दान भजन परोपकार सेवा कथा कीर्तन ਕੰਨ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਸਿਖਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਵਿਵਹਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰੀ ਵਿਵਹਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਜੀ all right so by whose kirpa you are a parupkari bihari here we go all lovers of Gurbani ji by whose grace you deal in the business so you're a business person of doing simran giving helping others doing and teaching katha kirtan etc so jai prasad tu aachar vyavhari You are in the business of pun and dan, of doing abhyas, teaching, learning, doing katha, kirtan, paropakar. Jeh prasad, tu achar vyavhari. Your actions are of a business person, but this is the business. You're vyavhari, you're doing vihar of this. Jeh prasad, tu achar vyavhari. 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 Just for a moment, go back to that Ton and Tian situation. Like if we go to Raras, like that whole section where Mara says Netri Sataguru Pekhna, Sramani Sonana Gurnao, like saying it, putting our all our indre into the work of Nam, right? All the doors that we have, these putting them in Nam. That's how you move the liyad darwaje. This is how you close the doors off, in the sense of closing them off from other duas, from other doors. And Geho Tohara dua, going to Maharaj's dua, putting the eye, reading Bani with these eyes, right? And Maharaj has gifted us with, if we, Maharaj, whatever gifts we have eyes, if we don't have eyes. And then listening with these ears, Naam Japana, using our tongue in Japana. And then putting all this and going internal, in the sense of just listening, and then staying present there. And that listening is also doing the mandana as well. Japji Sahib, char pauniyan sun diyan, char pauniyan mandan diyan. Well, if you're listening and you're staying present at that dua, you're doing Maharaj Jap, that is you manning as well. Like, just made up a word, manning, right? Like that is you manning as well, right? Obeying as well. So Satguru Seti Ratya Dargah Pagya Thao. Ida marna ratya janda, ida marna rangya janda, right? Jada manya, shabda ida rangya janda. Putting these in the seva of making them bringing him towards the Shabd and making the Chela, helping the Chela, the man, move its path on its path. So utilizing these things in helping the man move on its path of Shabd and Tan. So Jah Prasad tu Achar Bihari. Hey Premi ji, lovers of Gurbani ji, by whose grace you deal in the business of doing Simran, Seva, teaching, Katha Kirtan, Santhya, etc. Teso Prabhu ko saas chitari. So sure you guys understand this. Teso, them, this tata patisi likhange. Prabhu Vaheguru ji. Go to nu. Saas. Swas. Chitari, chitte kari. Remember. Hana? So remember them, hana? Remember who? Jeh Prasad tu Achar Bihari. By whose kirpa you deal in the business of Nam. ते सो प्रभ को सांस सांस चितारी. Remember that Vaheguru Ji with each and every breath. ते सो प्रभ को सांस सांस चितारी. ਸੋ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ? ਇਸ ਲਈ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੇ ਸੋ ਅਨੰਤ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ ਕੋਟਿ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਕੋ ਠਾਕੁਰ स्वामी सर्व जियां का दाता रे निरा प्रकाश ही प्रकाश नूर ही नूर निर्गुण ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਸ ਸਾਸ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਲ ਚੇਤੇ ਕਰੀ ਸਿਮਰੀ ਜਾਵੋ. ਸਾਸ ਸਾਸ ਸਿਮਰ ਹੋ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਮਨ ਅੰਤਰ ਕੀ ਉਤਰੈ ਚਿੰਦ. So with each and every breath, so here's another opportunity, putting our swas into Simran. Sasa, right? With each and every breath going in and going out, we're putting our swas into Simran. And then man antar ki uttarachind. What happens here, another opportunity here, another way to do this is you start doing that with each and every breath, and you start focusing on that, and you start focusing on the breath, and then the nam it starts staying with you, shabs start staying with you, and you start listening to it. You start listening to it. Even when you go quiet, you're working, and just a little bit quiet, your breath is going in and out. You're not forcing anything, but you're listening because you're saying Vaheguru with each and every breath now. And you take a moment, you pause, and you hear it, and eventually it becomes the ton. But what happens with this manantar ki uttarachind, another way to get rid of chinta, to get rid of excessive thinking, or manjera, the one that's ruminating, is to do sasa sasa simro gobind, right? We start doing that, man di jehdi chinta ya ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦੂਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਵੀ ਦੂਰ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ. So it's just another technique Maharaj is giving us. So with your breath, and then even putting all the indre in. So now imagine your ears, your eyes, right? You're saying it, and with each and every breath, you're saying it. Now, even if you go quiet, you're listening with the inside ears. You're listening internally with that mind. So the mind that gets do chitava, in the sense that you're doing Simran, and then the mind thinks of something else, your tongue is still going, and then bringing it back. Even that thing that runs away, that time, the mind that runs away and goes to something else, or vanishes off somewhere else into a thought process, bringing that back and putting the shabd in that. So when you go quiet and that's present, and that's not going into thoughts again, and you putting the shabd with that as well, making that man at that depth listen to shabd as well, right? And let's just grow. You just keep going and going, and just grow from there. So remember that Vaheguru Ji with each and every breath, with the love of each pore, roam roam de pyar naam. Te so prabhu ko saas se chitari. Jina saas se graas na visare, hare nama man manto. यह प्रसाद है तेरा सुंदर रूप, यह प्रसाद है, right? So जिन्हां दी प्रसाद किरपा नाल तेरा, yours, आप जी दा सुंदर, beautiful, सुंदर रूप, form, स्वरूप, रूप, पंजाबी च रूप ही आप लिख सकते हैं. So यह प्रसाद है तेरा सुंदर रूप. All right, we're going to break this down. हे प्रेमी जी, जिन्हां भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी अनंत कलावान अगम अपार सर्वव्यापी प्रकाश रूप सच्ची अमर महाविस्माद कृपा ही कृपा नाल आप जी दा दिल दी सफाई रूप सुंदर रूप है। अर्थ नंबर 1, दिल दी सफाई रूप सुंदर रूप है। क्लीन हार्ट। Arth number 1. By whose grace you have the beautiful form of a clean heart. The form here is of a clean heart, right? So Jeh Prasad Tera Sundar Roop. By whose grace you have a beautiful form of a clean heart, or you have the beautiful form of a clean heart. Second अर्थ, सुंदर रूप दाग दाग कर रहा है। इस दा गुमान करके हंकारी विकारी रोगी सोगी भोगी किरत कण विष्टा दा किरम ना बन। जो जाने मैं जो बनवान तो सो होवत विष्टा का जान तो। Beautiful line here to bring everything back to a humble state. Second up, by whose grace you have a beautiful form in the sense of your body, in the sense of who you are as a body. And then there's also a note written beside this: do not have ego of this body and fall into vikars, which will lead to disease of mind and body. Stay in gratitude. And then there's a yatha that's given here. Jo janna main jo banvanta. This is from Sukhmani Sahib. We'll go through this. Soho the besta ka janto. Besta means particle of when we go to the washroom. Besta. Can I say shit? Yeah, right. So soho with the besta ka janto. Ajant is a particle of vista. So vista ka janto. Jo janna main jo banvanta. Those that think, oh my God, I'm so good looking and this and that, they become sohovat vista ka janto. Sukhmani Sahib. Satguru Sahibaan ji da tanwadi ban ke nihal ho. So be in shukr, be in gratitude for what you have. Maharaj. By whose grace you have a beautiful form, you have a beautiful body. So the first, clean heart, then we come to your actual form, roop, and that now तुम दयाल कृपाल कृपा ने दे पाते तो पावन गोसाई अनुसार जिन्ना भा वाहिगुरु जी दी कृपा ही कृपा तेरा सुंदर रूप है। सो उन्हां दी कृपा ही तेरा सुंदर रूप भाव आप जी दे अंदर कृपा बाहर कृपा हर सोचनी चेतवनी च कृपा ही कृपा है। क्यों जो एक भी मंदा संकल्प नहीं फुरदा। स्टेट ऑफ अ महापुरुष, राइट? मंदा मूले न उपजियो तरे सच्ची कारै लाग जियो। मन आपुने ते बुरा मिटाना पेख्या सगल सरे सटे साजना. Also Sukhmani Sahib, I believe. So, third arth. Whose Vaheguru Ji's grace is your beautiful form. Grace inside, grace outside, grace in each thought. Kirpa of not having even one negative thought. Such control over the man. All right, so these are the three arths we're going to do here. So Jeh Prasad Tera Sundar Roop. Maharaj is giving you a beautiful human body. Maharaj is giving you a beautiful heart. Maharaj is Kirpa, is your beautiful form, meaning you have Kirpa and you have grace. You have Maharaj Kirpa in your thoughts, in your actions, in your acharana, the way you are, the way you move about the world. Right? So Jeh Prasad Tera Sundar Roop. So Prabhu Simraho Sada Anup. By whose Kirpa you have all this, we should Simraho them. Sada. Anupo means the beauty that cannot be praised, right? So them. Oho, Prabhu. Prabhu, you can write whatever your heart desires here. Vaheguru Ji, Prabhu Ji, Simraho, Yad Karo, remember. Sada, always, Hamesha. Anupo, Upmato, Rahet, the one that cannot be praised beyond praise. Or the one that's beauty. ਸੁੰਦਰਤਾ ਦੀ ਉਪਮਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੁੰਦਰਤਾ ਦੀ ਉਪਮਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਇੰਨੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਅਨੂਪ ਆ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੁੰਦਰਤਾ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ So the one that cannot be praised or the ones that whose beauty cannot be praised. Anup. Beyond praise. ਉਹ ਪੂਰਨ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਸਰਬ ਕਲਾ ਭਰਪੂਰ ਪ੍ਰਬਿਰਥਾ ਜਾਣਨਹਾਰ ਸਵਾਮੀ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸੁੰਦਰਤਾ ਦੀ ਸੋ ਅਨੂਪ ਸੁੰਦਰਤਾ ਭਗਤ ਜੀ also translated as beauty the ਉਪਮਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ so the ones as beauty cannot be praised ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਜੀ ਜੰਤ ਪੂਰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਸੰਤ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਉਪਮਾ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਸਗੋਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੱਧਦੀ ਹੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਐਸੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਅਨੂਪ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪਰ ਪੂਜਨਿਕ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਿਤਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਦਾ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਯਾਦ ਕਰੋ ਹੋਵੇ ਸਮੋ ਭਈ ਜੀ ਹਰ ਦਰਸਨੋਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਪਾਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਸੁੰਦਰ ਸੁਆਮੀ ਜੀ ਹੋ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲ ਪਗ ਛਾਰਾ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਪੇਖਤ ਜੀਵਾ ਠੰਡੀ ਥੀਵਾ ਤੇ ਸੋ ਜੀਵ ਰਵਰ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਯਾਦ ਅੰਤੇ ਮਾਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਰਵਿਆ ਜਾਲੇ ਥਲੇ ਮਹੀਲੇ ਸੋਈ Always remember Vaheguru Ji, whose beauty is beyond praise. Even though the universe and countless saints, gurus praise them, their praise just keeps growing. So always remember Vaheguru Ji, whose beauty is beyond praise, whose beauty is Anup. So Prabhu Simraho, always remember Vaheguru Ji, the one that is Anup, whose beauty is beyond praise. Jale thale mahiyale soy hobe samopei are darsano dekhe apara mera sundara swami ji ho charan kamal pagachara hobe samopei. So Prabhu Simraho Sada Anup. Always remember Vaheguru Ji, whose beauty is beyond praise. All right. Yeh prasad teri niki beautiful good jaat caste. So Jeh prasad ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਤੇਰੀ yours ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਨੀਕੀ beautiful good ਸੋਹਣੀ जात है caste, जात। यह प्रसाद है तेरी नीकी जात है। यह प्रसाद है तेरी नीकी, beautiful, or we can also say good, सोनी, नीकी, सोनी, beautiful, जात है caste, जात है। All right. हे प्रेमी जी, जिन्हां दी सच्ची किरपा ही किरपा नाल आप जी दी सोहनी जात है। जिन्हां सो जिन्हां दी किरपा आप जी दी सोहनी जात है। So जिन्हां दी किरपा, the kirpa is your beautiful caste. First up. So, hey Premi ji, O lovers of Gurbani ji, O lovers of Vaheguru ji, whose Vaheguru ji's grace is your beautiful caste? Right? So, जिन्हां दी किरपा ही किरपा आप जी दी सोहनी जात है। So, प्रभ जी नूं दिन रात सदा सिमर रहे हैं। सिमरे गुणी चतुर सब बीते, सिमरे रैणी आरोधना। Second up. ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਪਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਜਾਤ ਭਗਤ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਰੱਬ ਜੀ ਹਨ। So the jat, the caste here is of a bhagat, of a mahapurush. So by whose grace you have the beautiful caste of a bhagat, of a mahapurush. You're on that lineage. ਸੈਨ ਨਾਈ ਬੁਤਕਾਰਿਆ ਹੋ ਘਰ ਘਰ ਸੁਨਿਆ, ਹਿਰਦੇ ਵਸਿਆ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਭਗਤਾ ਮਹਿ ਗਨਿਆ। And the last arth we'll do here. ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਜਾਤ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮਨੁੱਖ ਜਾਤ, human, the caste of a human. By whose grace you have the beautiful caste of a human, species of a human. Your jat is of a human. यह प्रसाद है तेरी नीकी जात है। Bhagavad Kabir Sahib ji also said, oh, this is, once again, this is out of these arts, just a thought I had. So it's my opinion. But Balihari is a jat ko je jape sirjanhar. You know, Bhagavad Kabir Sahib ji was from a lower caste. So he goes, but I'm a sacrifice to this caste that I was able to meditate upon Vaheguru ji while being in this caste. So I'm a sacrifice to this caste. So the three arts, Vaheguru ji's grace is your beautiful caste. Your jat is that of a bhagat, of a mahapurush, meaning you're walking dharma ki paudi. you're walking along this path, and eventually all of us, this is where we're headed. If we see it or not, this is our end point. This is where we're going. By whose grace you have a beautiful cast of a human. Right? Because Maharaj gives his beautiful cast, what should we do? So Prabhu Simare Sada Dinarate. So Prabhu Dham. Oho, Osa. Prabhu Vaheguru Ji. Simare. Remember. Chitte Kara. Sada. Always. Then meaning day. Then ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦਿਨ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ, ਰਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਰਾਤ ਹੀ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. ਰਾਤ is night. So Prabhu Simare. Remember chitte kara. Sada. Always. Din. Day, raat and night. Manihari. So English straight earth, day and night. Always remember that Vaheguruji. Always remember them. That Vaheguruji, the one that right here, Teri Niki Jate, the one that gave us a Niki Jate. So always remember that Vaheguruji. So day and night, always remember Vaheguruji. Punjabi cha ਉਸ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮੇਰਾ ਮਿਹਰਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਸਗਲ ਕਉ ਦੇ ਦਾਨ ਪੂਰਨ ਭਗਵਾਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਦਾ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਲ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਚੇਤੇ ਕਰ with each pour ਸੁੱਤਿਆਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾ ਲਾਹੀਐ ਉੱਠਦਿਆਂ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਆ ਲਾਓ ਕੋਈ ਐਸਾ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਜੇ ਮਿਲੈ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਕੇ ਧੋਵਾ ਪਾਓ ਸੇਵੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਆਪਣਾ ਹਾਰੇ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਦਿਨ ਸਮੇਂ ਰਹਿਣ आप त्यागे सरणी पवा मुखे बोली मिठड़े वैण दिनो राती आराध हो प्यारो निमख न कीजै ढीला संत सेवा करे भावनी लाइए त्याग मानो हाठीला मारा कृपा कर day night always remember that Vaheguru ji so prabhu simare sada din raat. Right? यह प्रसाद तेरी पाते रह पाते honor इज्जत यह प्रसाद तेरी पाते honor इज्जत रह remains ਰਹਿੰਦੀਆਂ stays. Right? So jeh prasad teri paate rahe, honor stays, your honor remains. By whose kirpa? ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਰਗੁਣ ਅਵਤਾਰ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਰੀਬ ਨਿਵਾਜ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਸਰੂਪ ਚ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ हे ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀ ਜੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ अनंत कलावान अगम अपार सर्वव्यापी प्रकाश रूप सच्ची अमर महाविस्माद किरपाई किरपा नाल आप जी दी गुरमुख इज्जत रहिंदी है. So Gurmukh izzat. So the honor is that of a Gurmukh. The ways of a Gurmukh. Gurmukh izzat ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ. ਭਾਵ meaning ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਮ ਕ੍ਰੋਧ ਔਗਣ ਵੈਰ ਬੇਪਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ. Right? So they don't attack you. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is stating, O lovers of Gurbani Ji, by whose grace your Gurmukh honor is kept. Meaning, in other words, Kam, Kro, Lo, Mohankar do not take your honor away, meaning they do not attack you. You have control over them. You decide when to utilize what. So you have full control over these vices. Panjapashi is stating, by whose grace your Gurmukh honor is kept. Meaning, Kam, Kro, Lo, Mohankar do not take your honor away. You have the status of a Gurmukh, or walking towards the status of a Gurmukh, on the path to the status of a Gurmukh. Yeh prasad teri paate rahe, your honor stays. बैराग गढ़ो, यह प्रसाद तेरी पातर है. Gur prasad, one of my favorite words. Gur prasad, Nanak jaso kaha. Gur prasad, you'll translate this as Gur prasad in English. Punjabi Gur prasad, or you say Guru Parmeshwar Ji di agam apar kirpai kirpa. So they're gamatoret, without depression, without disease of the mind, apar, the one that has no end, kirpa, that type of kirpa, that's beyond comprehension. Nanak. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, so just wrote Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Guru Nanak Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. So you can write this any way you wish. You can write Guru Granth Sahib Ji if you wish. You can write Mahalla Panjwa Ji. Jaso, praise. Jaso, Mahima, Upama. Say. Keh, keh. Bolo, say. So this is very interesting the way Pagaji translate this here, because now it's like a direct conversation, like Panjapashi is talking to us. So Gur Prasade Nanak Jaso Kahe, Guru Parmeshwar Ji di agampar kirpai kirpa naal ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਅਗੰਪਾਰ ਸੱਚਾ ਸੁੱਚਾ ਮਹਾਨ ਜਸ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਪੰਜ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਬਾਰੰਗ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਕਹੈ ਜਾਨੋ ਨਾਨਕੋ ਹਰੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਕੇ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਏ. Right? So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji speaking to us. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji speaking to us. Gur Prasad, I'm saying there Vaheguru Ji's praises to you. So Gur Prasad Nanak Panjapashi Jasokah is saying their praises. Gur Prasad, I'm saying their, this is Panjapashi Ji talking, Gur Prasad, I'm saying their praises to you, Vaheguru Ji's. So it just makes it way more intimate. The Arth Gur Prasad Nanak Jasokah, Panjapashi is saying the praises of Vaheguru Ji. But say Panjapashi is saying the praises of Vaheguru Ji to us and the parapakars that Vaheguru Ji has done upon us. Aap ji de kite jede parapakar ya. It just brings it together. I feel like it just makes it very intimate. Gur Prasad kahe jano nanak ko hare sache ke gun gaye. Jeh prasad teri patar hai, by whose grace your honor is kept. Panjapashi is stating. So to us, Panjapashi talking, O lovers of Gurbani Ji, by whose grace your Gurmukh honor is kept, meaning Kam Kro, Lo Mohakar, Chugli, Ninda, all gunas, Vikars. They don't attack you, they can't attack you, you're protected. Or Tika, you're not there, you're on the spectrum, wherever we may be sitting today. Yeah, Prasad Teri Pater hai. Gur Prasad and Nanak Jasakah Panjapashi saying that I'm saying their praises to you. My kid, my son, my daughter, whatever relationship we have, Maharaj, I'm saying this to you. I'm saying their praises, Vaheguruji's praises to you. Very real, very intimate. Nede, Hajar, Hajur, not far away. Gur Prasad. Nanak Sacho Saloko. काम क्रोध और लोभ मोह बिन से जाय अहं मेव नानक प्रभ शरणागति कर प्रसाद गुरुदेव अष्टपदी यह प्रसाद छत्तीह अमृत खाहे तेसो ठाकुर को राखो मन माहे यह प्रसाद सुगंधत तन लावहे तेस को सिमरत परम गाते पावहे यह प्रसाद बस है सुख मंदरे तिस है त्याए सदा मन अंदरे यह प्रसाद गृह सांगे सुख बसना आठ पहर सिमर हो तिसो रसना यह प्रसाद रंग रस भोग नानक सदा त्याय त्यावन जोग यह प्रसाद पाठ पटंबर हटावहे तिस है त्याग कथावर लुभावहे यह प्रसाद सुख सेज सोई जय मन आठ पहर ताका जसु गावी जय यह प्रसाद तो जो सबो कौ मानै मुखे ताको जसो रसन बखानै यह प्रसाद तेरो रहता धर्म मन सदा त्याय केवल पार ब्रह्म प्रभ जी जबत दरगह मानो पावहे नानक पाते से ती कर जावहे यह प्रसाद आरोग कंचन देही लिव लाभ होते सो राम स्नेही यह प्रसाद तेरा उल्ला रहत मन सुख पावहे हरे हरे जासो कहत यह प्रसाद तेरे सगल छिद्र टाके मन सरणी पारो ठाकुर प्रभ ताकै यह प्रसाद तो जो को न पहुँचै मन सास सिमरो प्रभु ऊंचे यह प्रसाद पाई दुर्लभ देह नानक ताकी भगत करेह यह प्रसाद भूखन पहरी जय मन तिस सिमरत क्यों आलसो की जय यह प्रसाद आसवा हासत असवारी मन तिसो प्रभ को कभू न बिसारी यह प्रसाद बाग मिलख तना राखो परोए प्रभु अपने मना, जेने तेरी मन बनत बनाई, उठत बैठत सदत सहते आई, ते सहते आए जो एक लख है, इहा उहा नानक तेरी रखा है। यह प्रसाद कर है पुण्य बहु दान, मन आठ पहर करे तिसका ध्यान। यह प्रसाद तू आचार व्यवहारी, तेसो प्रभु कहो सास सास चितारी। यह प्रसाद तेरा सुंदर रूप, सो प्रभु सिमर हो सदा अनूप। यह प्रसाद तेरी नीकी जाते, सो प्रभु सिमरे सदा दिन रात। यह प्रसाद तेरी पाते रह, गुर प्रसाद नानक जस कह। ठरे यह प्रसाद सुन है करण नाद, यह प्रसाद पेख है बिस्माद। यह प्रसाद बोल है अमृत रसना, यह प्रसाद सुख सहजे बसना। यह प्रसाद हसत कर चल है, यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है। यह प्रसाद परम गाते पाव है, यह प्रसाद सुख सहज समाव है। ऐसा प्रभु ते आगे बरकत लागो, गुर प्रसाद नानक मन जागो हो। Going through last week, यह प्रसाद कर है पुण्य बहु दान। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਪੁੰਨ ਦਾਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ। By whose grace you donate a lot of money, you donate a lot of items. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅਵਤਾਰ ਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਸਾਗਣ ਸਰੂਪ ਅਵਤਾਰ ਧਾਰ ਕੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਮਰਿਆਦਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿੰਦ ਜਾਨ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਬਖਸ਼ਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਾਨ ਇਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਈ ਕੀਤਾ। मन आठ पहर करे तिसका ध्यान। हे मेरे मन, in all 8 sections of the day, concentrate on वाहिगुरु जी। अपने मन दे विच, अपने दिल दे विच उन्हां दा ध्यान धर के रखो। यह प्रसाद तू आचार व्यवहारी, by whose कृपा your whole dealing is within Sikhi, your whole dealing in everything, in every action and everything you do is your whole business, your daily living, your daily activities is all within Sikhi, is all through the lens of Simran, is all through the lens of Gurmat, is all in Parapakar, it's all in Katha Kirtan, teaching, learning, all that kind of stuff. Your whole Bihar is within Sikhi. So with each and every breath, with the love of each pore, unanu chete karo, maranu chete karo. Saas, swas, swas. Yeh prasad hai tera sundar roop. Physically, by whose kirpa you have a beautiful body, right? Or we can say you have a beautiful, clean heart. Or Maharaj kirpa is your beautiful form in the sense that you have grace inside you, outside of you, in each and every thought. You have grace, you move with grace, you think out of grace, your intellect is based out of grace, your upasana, your bhakti is based out of kirpa. Everything you do is from that perspective. You have a beautiful form from that perspective. So Prabhu Simraho Sada Anupo, the one that's beyond praise, Upamato Raheta, Unanu Sada Chete Karo. Yeh prasad hai teri niki jaat hai. Jena pa Vaheguru Sahib Ji di kirpa naal you have a beautiful caste, or the caste of Maharaj Kirpa is your beautiful caste. So the caste of Bhagats, the caste of Mahapurushas, ehi jaat hai, right? Or here, the third Arth Bhagat Ji did was a caste of a human. Siddhi. Yeh prasad hai teri niki jaat. And we talked about Bhagat Kabir Sahib Ji, what he said last time too, in regards to caste, his own caste. So Prabhu Simare Sada दिन रात है, उन्होंने डे एंड नाइट सदा हमेशा चेते करो। यह प्रसाद है तेरी पात्र है by जिन्हां महाराज की कृपा नाल पंजवें पातशाही stating by whose grace your honor is kept. काम क्रोध लोभ मोह हंकार चुगली निंदा, they don't take your honor away. महाराज साडा पर्दा ढकदे ने जिन्हां दी कृपा द्वारा, जिन्हां दी कृपा दा सदका। वाहिगुरु जी साहिब जी महाराज जी कृपा दा सदका। गुर प्रसाद नानक जैसो कह। पंजवें पातशाही saying Guru Sahib Ji di kirpa, Guru Sahib Ji di kirpa naal, I am saying their praises to you. O Sikho, I am saying Akal Purukh's praises to you. We're having this conversation with you about Maharaj's prayers. Gur Prasad, Nanak, Panjab Pashi themselves, Jaso Kahe is saying this, their praises to us. Having this dialogue, having this conversation. यह प्रसाद सुन है कारण नाद. Yeah, okay. Let's zone in a little bit. I'll do Simran, or I'll make me do Simran. You guys will repeat. If the mind runs, we're going to bring it back with love. Bring it back to the thon. Bring it back to listening. Vaheguru. 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 Stay present in thon. Vaheguru. 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 ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 All right, guys, let's get back to it. There's something I'm debating if I should you talk about, because it's my personal opinion, but maybe I'll say a little bit of it. It's just stuff that, so when we're doing Simran, when we're doing Abhyas, the mind, if it runs away, it goes into thought. It goes into thinking first. And then you bring it back. And you're listening. And you start listening. And you start listening. And then there might come a time where the mind is subtle a little bit more. And now if it runs off into a thought, it goes into visualization of that thought now. You could start visualizing that thought or that scenario that's taking place within us. And if the mind, Gur Prasad, you bring it back, Maharaj brings it back at that time, and you get lost in Ton, in Vaheguru Mantra again. That's a beautiful depth to be lost in that Ton. Eventually, the mind, if it runs, so this is where it goes from a state like that, and it goes to like a dream-like state as well. And that's when you may be fully lost. You might not have control over your man at that time. Your man's doing whatever it wants. But if you could keep it in Tona, from that intellectual state of thinking, from that little bit deeper state of going in and going out, of visualization, almost like a dreamlike state, but not a dreamlike state. You can bring it back, put in Tona, put in Tona, put in Tona. And then eventually, even at a depth, when it goes into a dreamlike state, putting it in Tona and bringing it back and putting it in Tona and putting it in Tona. Building Shabd and Sorta, Gur Prasad at a depth like that. It's a beautiful, beautiful place to be as well. And the practice is to do it while we're fully alert and fully awake. For when, and then I can see it with guys like Bhagaji. He would say to me, I was talking once, there were a couple of us there, and he was lying down and he was sleeping there. I don't know what we were doing, or writing, we're sitting on the computer, we're talking, just probably gibberish talk. And he was lying there, and he said to me, he goes, guys, don't talk. I hear everything that you're saying. While he's sleeping, he's saying this. Guys, I hear everything. Like, let's not go there. Meaning, probably you'll get back to Seva, like, what are you guys doing? But also giving us insight into the depth of where this path eventually leads to. The Shabd is the Guru and the concentration is the Chilla. The concentration is the Chilla at an intellectual level, but the concentration is a Chilla at a level that we don't even have control over. That's, if someone says, well, what's the point? Well, why do you need a Guru? Why do you need? Well, you need a Guru at that depth because you have no control. Because you're like a baby that's just born and you have no control. How are you going to put your concentration in Shabd? Your Guru is going to do that for you. You have no you have no power to do that. That's a gift that Guru Sahib Ji gives us, putting our concentration in a Shabd beyond the intellect as well, right? Baba Hanam Singh Ji Rampur Kheda reminds me of that Sakhi. He goes, Maya came to me, because I used all my power to try to throw Maya. Because I tried to throw it, because I couldn't. He goes, but then I did Ardas to Guru Sahib Ji, and Maharaj came and took it away. The Shakti of a Guru, of a Puran Guru, Anata Kalaho Thakur Chadaya. Full Puran Guru, Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji. Shabad Guru, extremely powerful. It takes care of us at places we don't even know we need taking care of, or takes care of us at depths that we can't even grasp. So our Guru is apar from that perspective as well. So keeping focused on Shabad and Ton, on Vaheguru Mantra, on Japji Sahib, and listening to it. And then if the mind runs, Tika, want to bring it into a thought, bringing it into a thought of translation. Tika, if the mind runs, it wants to run, bringing it into a thought of seva, physically doing seva. And before all this, and Bhagaji used to, and he says it, he still says it, like Tika, learning Bani and all this kind of stuff. But the thing that he gives a lot more jor to is he talks about exercise, he talks about fresh air, he talks about all this. And I think that's so valuable. As I'm getting older, I'm starting to realize that it's so valuable to physically take care of this body that we're in. So it helps us on this journey, right? Just to physically be strong enough to sit and away from the anxieties and depressions and the depressive episodes and the thoughts of others, and being able to absorb our mind in Shabad. Exercise also plays a huge role in that. And like Bhagaji would say, fresh air, fresh water, healthy food, fresh food, all this plays a massive role. So yeah, just thought I'd share some of that with you guys. Jeh prasad sunhe karan naad. Yeah, sunhe karan naad. So let's dive into this. Jeh prasad, by whose janadi prasad, grace, kirpa hi kirpa. Sunhe, listen, sunde. Karan, ears, kan. Naad, sound. Ton, vibration. Like beyond the ears as well. Each and every pore. Jeh prasad sunhe karan naad. You know, if you guys hear something, sometimes you know, the hairs on your back stand up, or you get shivers down your spine or something like that. Jeh prasad sunhe karan naad. That starts happening in Bani as well. And maybe that happens for some of you guys. But that starts happening in Bani as well. Shivers down the spine, but also all the body, all the pores in the body as well. Waking up with that energy, with that vibration, with that to the naad, to the sound, to the ton. Yeh prasad sunhe karan naad. And this naad can be extended beyond these ears as well, right? Vinokanna sunana. Listening without your ears. And then once again, you take it to, you know, throughout our history, Maharaj gifted how many Sikhs with the second round of marriage of a japa jap. That naad, that ton, and then they're always mast. They're intoxicated in that thon. These Mahapurushas that we see. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਅਨੰਤ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਪਾਪਾਂ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਜੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਹਣ ਦੀ ਨੀਂਦ ਚ ਸੁੱਤੇ ਜੀਵ ਨੂੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਨਾਨਕ ਮਨ ਜਾਗੋ ਜਗਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਹੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀ ਜੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸਰੂਪ ਸੱਚੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਕੰਨ ਧੁਨ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਨ, ਭਾਵ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਨ ਬਖਸ਼ੇ ਹਨ, ਜੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸਰਵਵਿਆਪੀ ਮਹਾਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਅੰਤ ਕਲਵਾਨ ਅਖੰਡ ਜੋਤ ਨਾਲ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਨ। ਯਥਾ ਦੀਨੇ ਹਾਸਤ ਭਾਵ ਕਾਰਨ ਨੇਤਰ ਰਸਨਾ। ਇਹ ਸ਼ਰਵਣ ਹੋ ਮੇਰੇ ਹੋ, ਸਾਚੈ ਸੁਨਣੈ ਨੋ ਪਠਾਏ, ਸਾਚੈ ਸੁਨਣੈ ਨੋ ਪਠਾਏ ਸਰੀਰ ਲਾਏ। So Sacha Sonane no patai, like go towards listening to Sacha Sonane no patai, Sarir lai, with your body as well, Sarir lai, Sonaho Sate Bani, with your body as well, Sonaho Sate Bani, listen to the Sati Bani. First arth, that was the first arth. Second arth, Jinadi Kirpa Nal, Sariya Katancha, ਰਾਮ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਧੁਨ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਕੰਨ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਨ, ਜੋ ਬੋਲਤ ਹੈ ਮ੍ਰਿਗਮੀਨ ਪੰਖੇਰੂ। This is talking about japa jap now. ਸੋਬੇ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਰੇ ਜਾਪਤ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ. So in English, so first arth, by whose grace your ears listen to sound. In other words, by whose grace you have ears. यह प्रसाद सुन है कारण नाद. You guys are listening to this thing talk right now. You guys listen to, FIFA World Cup going on right now, whatever's happening. You guys going to work, family, friends. By whose kirpa you have ears to listen to. By whose kirpa sun hai karan naad. Ya karan de sun hai naad. They listen to sound. By whose grace your ears hear sound in the sense of nam, in each and every particle. When the man runs away and it goes from thought and it goes into, if it goes into visualization, that's a deeper level it's hitting at. Maybe the body's tired at that time, whatever's happening. At that time, if you could bring it into Nad, into Thon, that's a beautiful place to be as well. By whose grace your ears hear sound, Nam, in each and every particle. All right, let's move on. Yeh prasad hai, pekh hai bismat. By whose grace, kirpa. Pekhe, see, dekh, bismad, amazement, vismatai, bismad, vismad. First start, we'll do it in English first. By whose grace you see this amazing creation. You see the sun, see the moon, see the stars, the oceans, jungles, mountains, all these beautiful birds, the colorful birds, tigers, lions, etc. By whose grace you see this amazing creation. Yeh prasad pekhe bismad. Bismad in Punjabi. Let's look at it. Astpadi. Hairani den wala. Something that makes you hairan. Ascharya. Ascharya kautak jantrish. Hairan. Masta. So here's Bhavir Singh saying, Soch di halat vismad de arth hai. So it's a place where you are lost and there's no thoughts. You're lost. You have no words. Puran vismad di chin vich soch sankalp. So soch thinking, sankalp thoughts, janana, pratiti, like I feel this, I understand this. Ade mano khado jande han. So they all stop. The Atma Nanda Nal ek choh le murda hai. And the individual with their soul, they touch, they sparsh, they get to touch this matai, this kautak. Bismad. Second arth. By whose grace, Jai Prasad, you see Vaheguru Ji in all forms, in colors, in enemies, in everything. Jai Prasad Pekhe Bismad. So by whose grace you see Vaheguru Ji in all forms, in all colors, in enemies and friends and everything. Third arth, beautiful arth, where now we're going to look at it from the lens of Guru Sahib Ji, not us in this month, but Guru Sahib Ji. So, O lovers of Gurbani Ji, whose eyes, Amrit Pinne Loena, drenched in Amrit, Thangma Guru Sahib Ji's, always look at you. They're sending Gurbani to your mind, to your heart. They look at you in a Bismarck time. Amrit Pinne Loena. Say Guru Sahib Ji, when they're in Samadhi, Sangat would go and sit in front of them, be like, yo, Maharaj opens their eyes, I want them to look at me, right? I want them to look at me first, like Amrit Pinde Loyana. Atme Pasha Ji as well. हे गुरु प्यारे जी, जिन्ना भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी सच्ची किरपा ही किरपा नाल आप जी सूरज चंद तारे समुंदर जंगल पहाड़ रंगा रंगा दे पंछी शेर आदि बिस्माद रचना नू देख रहे हो भाव नेत्र बख्शे हैं. वाहिगुरु जी gave us eyes, right? वाह, किरपा दा ऐसा विस्माद रंग नशा चढ़िया है. हे प्रेमी सज्जन जी, जिन्हां भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी विस्माद किरपा ही किरपा नाल सारियां रूपां रंगां दुश्मनां च भी विस्माद ब्रह्म जी नू देख रहे हो. तो बाबा कन्हैया जी, जी gives the दृष्टांत of बाबा कन्हैया जी here. तीजा अर्थ, हे प्रेमी सिख जी, जिन्हां गुरता विराजमान गुरु परमेश्वर जी दे हरे अमृत में नील लोयना अमृत भिजे नेत्र आप जी वल अगम अपार बेसुमार सच्ची महा 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 विस्माद किरपाई किरपा नाल हर समय देख रहे हैं. भाव हर समय दिल दिमाग च गुरबाणी भेज के साच नाम की अमृत बरखा करते रहंदे हैं. देखण दा भाव यह है कि मेरे प्रेमी जी नू सा औखा तो नहीं आ रहा. So always looking after us. Always looking at us in the sense of Maharaj was looking after us. यह प्रसाद पेख है बिस्माद. यह प्रसाद बोल है अमृत रसना. यह प्रसाद बोल है to speak, बोल दे. अमृत without death, मृतो बिना. अमृत पंजाबी सिद्धा अमृत ही लिखांगे. रसना जीव, रसना ठंग. यह प्रसाद बोल है अमृत रसना. By whose grace you speak. यह प्रसाद बोल है अमृत रसना. Amrit filled words, meaning sweet words. मिठ बोलड़ा जी हरे सज्जन स्वामी मोरा. By whose grace you speak. You have a rasana to speak. So that's just speak straight, dialoguing with the world, having conversation. Secondary artha, second artha, by whose grace you speak Gurbani. Amrit rasana, rasana dwara amritamai bachan bolde ho. And the third arth, once again, we're going to look at this Pangti from Guru Sahib Ji's perspective. Guru Sahib Ji gracefully speaks. Jeh prasad bole hai amrit rasana. Kirpa dwara Maharaj, you know, because Panj Pasha is speaking with Chauthe Pashi Kirpa, jeh prasad bole hai amrit rasana. Amrit rasana to bol de or rasana dwara amrit bol de in terms of speaking Gurbani or whatever they say is Amrit filled. Punjabi de vich हे प्रेमी जी, आप जी जिन्हां भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी सच्ची किरपा ही किरपा नाल रसना द्वारा अमृत वचन बोलते हो। पहला अर्थ, यू स्पीक दीने हस्त भाव करने रसना। सेकंड अर्थ, हे प्रेमी जी जिन भाव वाहिगुरु जी की कृपा नाल आप जी रसना द्वारा अमृत बाणी हरे हरे तेरी अमृत गुरबाणी जी बोलते हो। स्पीक गुरबाणी। तीजा अर्थ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿੱਠ ਬੋਲੜੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਅਮੋਲਕ ਰਸਨਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਅਗਮ ਅਪਾਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਰੂਪ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਬਚਨ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਹਨ। ਗੁਰ ਰਸਨਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਬੋਲਦੀ ਹਰਿ ਨਾਮ ਸੁਹਾਵੀ, ਜਿਨ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਗੁਰ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਤਿਨਾ ਭੁੱਖ ਸਭ ਜਾਵੀ। So Guru Sahib ji speaking. जो प्रसाद बोले है अमृत रसना. So by whose kirpa we have a tongue to speak, by whose kirpa we are reading, we are speaking Gurbani right now, and we get to speak Gurbani, Amrit Villa, etc. throughout the day. Jai Prasad Bol Amrit Rasa, Guru Sahib Ji themselves gracefully speaks. Jai Prasad Sokhe Sahaje Basana. Jai Prasad, by whose kirpa, by whose grace? Sokh. Sokh da arth ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਸੁੱਖ ਹੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਸੁੱਖ ਸਹਜੇ। ਸਹਜੇ अर्थ niryatan, so yatan to bina, without trying, a state of ease, without trying, without attempt, without effort, kind of a state of ease. Sahaje. Basana, to reside. Basana. Jeh prasade sokhe sahaje basana. First arth, by whose grace you reside in Sokh without effort. So in Sokh and Saj, you reside in Sokh and Saj. Jeh prasade sokhe sahaje basana. By whose grace you reside in Sokh without effort. Second arth, O loves of Gurbani ji, without effort, you reside in the grace of Vaheguru ji. Jeh prasade sahaje hi. ਸੁੱਖ ਚ ਵਸਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕਿਰਪਾ ਰੂਪੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਚ ਵਸਦੇ ਹੋ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ, ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀ ਜੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ, ਸੱਚੀ ਅਮਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਆਤਮ ਆਨੰਦ ਸੁੱਖ ਸਹਿਤ ਨਿਰਯਤਨ ਵਸਣਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ। So with the sukh of the soul, with the sukh of the atma, You reside in Sukh without effort. Hey Premi ji, niryatan hi Sukh Sahet with Sukh. Chena pa Vaheguru ji kirpa cha aap ji da vasana hai. So you reside within the grace of Vaheguru ji. Without effort, without any yatan. With Sukh as well. The second arth again, Hey Premi ji, niryatan, without effort. Sukh Sahet, with Sukh. Whose? Vaheguru ji's grace. You reside within there. Jina pa Vaheguru ji di kirpa cha aap ji da vasana ho reha hai. Maharaj is Dayalu. Maharaj, you get to reside in the grace of Vaheguru ji. So a feeling of effortlessness is involved, even if a task is difficult in the state of Sahaj. So there's attempt, but it's niryat, and you take it as it comes. It's okay. Things can be hard, but there's still a state of ease. There's no butterflies. There's no movement. Your heart is a challa, is unshakable. There's a shift in perspective. The way you view a situation, a problem, it shifts. Maybe it's opportunity. You look at it from a different lens. You don't look at it as a problem, even if it is a problem. Mara Kirpa, you look at it from a state of Sahaj. You work with it from a state of Sahaj. Maybe something close to this can be when Pagaji, remember Pagaji said to us was, there was a lot of work that we thought we had lost. I don't know if we lost it at that time, but we were working and a lot of work disappeared. And okay, thank you for that. So a lot of work disappeared. We were working, as in Montreal, we were working, and we couldn't find the work. A lot of writing had disappeared. And then Bhagaji is like, it's okay. He goes, the ant's work is just to keep collecting, keep working. So he goes, yeah, let's go again. So it's like the way he viewed that situation wasn't from a panic mode, like months and months of work has just disappeared or whatever it was. It's just like, it's okay, let's go again. Another great lesson in life. Prasad is Sukhe Sahaje Vasana. यह प्रसाद हासत कर चल है. Hasata. Hasta can mean hand. Hast can mean laugh as well. Hasake, है ना? हाथ भी हो सकता था, हस भी हो सकता. Hasata. Kar means to do. Kar means hand as well. Bhagaji wrote it straight as hand. Hath. Chal hai, to move. Chal. यह प्रसाद हासत कर चल है. Come here.
Francis, we are building his.
Are you watching it right now?
No, I was playing with Play-Doh, and now
So,
the food's ready.
So Jen, can you say Fateh to everyone? So Wajib Khalsa, Wajib Fateh. Look at the camera. Waheguru Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. Waheguru Ji. And what was the news? You're saying Poland is winning?
No,
France
is winning.
3-0?
Yeah.
Okay. Chal theek hai, thank you. I'm coming.
The food's yummy, ready.
Okay. We were cooking earlier, me and Janak Singh. We made tofu, we marinated tofu, we had put it in the oven. And he's saying it's baked now. So I was planning on putting the tofu in sandwiches. That's what we're gonna do today. Yeah. Okay, Prasad, the hasta kar chale. So first artha, siddha, by whose grace you move about with laughter, right? So you chalahe hastakar, you do in laughing. Everything you do, you laugh and you do it haske chaldeya. By by whose grace you move about with laughter. All right, second earth, we're going to look at this from Guru Sahib's perspective. O lovers of Gurbani Ji, whose Pav Guru Sahib Ji's countless hands of grace, meaning not the countless hands like that, but like the hands of grace, kirpa, move really fast to give gifts of all kinds. Char Padarat, Doodh, Poot, etc. All these, mukti, salvation, items, things that we want, all that kind of stuff. So all lovers of Gurbani Ji, whose Pav Guru Sahib Ji's countless hands of grace, hasta, move really fast to give gifts of all kinds. Kar chalahe. So third arth, similar to this, second arth, we'll just write it here. So all lovers of Gurbani Ji, whose Pav Guru Sahib Ji's countless hands of grace, move on to the heads of Gurseks. Maharaj, serte hath rakh deya, right? Meaning those hands of grace send Gurbani into the minds of Gurseks. Those hands move to support the Gurseks wherever they may go in this universe. So Maharaj, una de kaj sawarde. Maharaj is always with them, with those hands, meaning Kirpa is always with those Gurseks. So all lovers of Gurbani Ji, whose Pav Guru Sahib Ji's countless hands of grace move on to the heads of Gurseks. Meaning those hands send Gurbani into the minds of Gurseks. Those hands support the Gurseks in whatever vihar they might be doing and whatever even worldly activities they may be doing. ਸੰਪੂਰਨ ਫਲਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਫਲ ਕੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਹੱਸ ਕਰ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਮਖ ਨਿਮਖ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰੋ so always do their simran by whose kirpa we laughingly walk and move amongst this world hey premi ji secondary arth second arth ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਰੂਪੀ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਹੱਥ ਹੀ ਹੱਥ ਛੇਤੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਦੂਧ ਪੂਤ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਗੁਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦਾਨ ਦੇਣ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ so they're donating, they're giving Gurbani to the world. Those hands are giving dud put to us. Those hands are taking our depressions away or giving us a lesser form of depression that otherwise we would have had to go through because Gurbani is present to us. That anxiety that we may be feeling might have been tenfold, and now we're only feeling maybe one or twofold of that anxiety. So being a shukrana of Maharaj from that perspective, right? So ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਰੂਪੀ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਹੱਥ ਹੀ ਹੱਥ ਛੇਤੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਦੂਧ ਪੂਤ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਗੁਰ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਦਾਨ ਦੇਣ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਤੀਜਾ ਅਰਥ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਰੂਪੀ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਹੱਥ ਹੀ ਹੱਥ ਆਪਣੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਿੱਖਣੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਰੱਖਣ ਰੂਪ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਨ right? So the hands going on top of the Gursevak's heads, they're always on top of the Gursevak's heads. ਭਾਵ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਿਮਾਗਾਂ 'ਚ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਜੀ ਭੇਜਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ in their minds always sending ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਉਹ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ 'ਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਣ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਸਵਾਰਦੇ ਹਨ no matter where they go in this brahmand all the ਕਾਰਜ ਸਵਾਰਦੇ ਕਾਜ ਹਮਾਰੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਸਤਗੁਰ ਬਾਜੇ ਅਨਹਦ ਤੂਰੇ ਸਤਗੁਰ ਸੋ ਕਾਜ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ and then ਬਾਜੇ ਅਨਹਦ ਤੂਰੇ ਭਾਵ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਸਤਗੁਰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਹਨ so we can say worldly spiritually or ਕਾਜ ਹਮਾਰੇ ਪੂਰੇ ਬਾਜੇ ਅਨਹਦ ਤੂਰੇ that is my ਕਾਜ man they're like ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਪੂਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ once again on a spectrum ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਬੈਠਾ progression is towards that. Progression is towards that. Progression is we're going to get into Brahmagani, we're going to get into Sant Padaviya and what all that means. And each and every one of us, our path is that. Santaka Marga Taram ki Pauri, the path of this Taram that we're climbing on. Whether we're, at the 100th step or at the second or third step, it doesn't matter. That's our progression. That's where we're headed. What the hold on? We still got to do this session. I'll eat with you in a bit. Okay. You want to sit here and listen? All right. So Prab's not here. Prab's gone to Vancouver. Janak's mom's gone to Vancouver, my wife. So me and Janak today. Taj hamare pure satgar, baje anhat ture satgar. यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है यह प्रसाद है जिन्हें भाव प्रसाद कृपा ग्रेस संपूर्ण संपूर्ण कंप्लीट यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है फल दे become fruitful like a tree bearing ripened fruit फल दे यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है यह प्रसाद by whose grace कृपा नाल संपूर्ण complete संपूर्ण फल है become fruitful like a tree bearing ripened fruit फल दे हे प्रेमी जी, जिन्ना भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी महाविस्माद अंत कलवान अगम अपार सच्ची सर्वव्यापी प्रकाश स्वरूप किरपई कृपा नाल दूध पूत चार पदार्थ गुरु प्रेमा भगति सत संतोख निमरता गरीबी ब्रह्म ज्ञान आदि फलां नाल संपूर्ण फलते हो। यथा ददा दाता एको है सब को देवनहार दिन दे तोट न आवे अगंत भरे भंडार। Meaning, by whose grace you become completely fruitful. What's that mean? With the fruits of Brahmagyan, Prema Bhakti, devotional worship, loving Bhakti, loving worship, truth, contentment, humbleness, Char Padarth, items, salvation, etc. So by whose grace you become completely fruitful or fruit bearing, like by whose grace you become completely fruitful with the fruits of Brahmagyan. Prema Bhakti, truth, contentment, humbleness, items, things, salvation, mukti, etc. यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है। यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है। Remember, we and Bhagaji were sitting there one day. We were writing. Bhagaji, right? I'm just typing. Bhagaji, tell me what to write. And Jawar Singh was lying down there. And yeah, maybe I don't know. I should be seeing this on screen. Maybe it was recorded. Whatever Jawar Singh. And Jawar Singh let out this cry. Right? He had like a Rajayi over him with that other cry. And Bhagaji started laughing, and he's like, "Yo, like he's walking on the path of Virag right now. That's why this is happening to him. What he's doing." And Jawar Singh, man, you wake up like sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night and you look over, and this guy's sitting. He's not lying down. He has a mala in his hand and he's sitting. And I barely saw this guy sleep, man. Like legit. He was just sitting. He would sit, and he would always be in cha to run and like when it came to seva or anything like that. And when it came to akhand parts or saj parts, like he was a beast, man. Like that's all he wanted to do. He just wanted to read Bani. Just kept wanting to keep reading Bani, keep reading Bani. He would tell me, I didn't even have something I done. This guy goes to me. He goes, yo, you know what? Me and you were both going to do a akhand part. I'm like, dude, what are you talking? Like, yo, I can't even read properly. What are you talking about? He's like, look, I'm going to read, and then you give me a break. I'm going to wake you up. You give me a break, and you jump on, and then let me just give me a little break, and then I'm back again. Like, this guy loved reading Gurbani, man. यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है. And this was a long time ago. He's probably in a very different place right now. By whose grace you become completely fruitful. यह प्रसाद परम गते पाव है. परम gate, the param, sab to vadi gata state, the biggest salvation, you can say, Vadi kalyan, right? Param vadi gate kalyan. Kalyan means mukti, salvation. Hai na? Pav obtain, get. Pauna kare. Yeh prasad hai param gate pav hai. Yeh prasad hai param gate pav hai. First arth, by whose grace you gain the biggest state of merging with Vaheguruji. So for Portuguese and Polish, we'll keep it with this one arth. You guys could write the other one, but like when we write it, we'll use this arth. By whose grace you gain the biggest state of merging with Vaheguruji. By whose grace you gain the biggest state. Paramagate. The Paramagate is the Chothadi Lam, the fourth state of marriage, right? The Malap, the union, merging with Vaheguruji. Second arth here, obtaining the biggest state of having no ego by the grace of Vaheguruji, right? Punjabi, we'll do this in Punjabi. The second arth is a bit more easier to understand in Punjabi. So, Jena Pa Vaheguruji di Mahavismadant Kalavan Apar Sarvyapi Prakash Rup Sachi Kirpa Kirpanal Vadi Kalyan Vaheguruji di Prapti Pona Kare. Right? So, Vaheguruji di Prapti Ehi Vadi Kalyanya, the merging with Vaheguruji, that is the salvation, that is everything. Secondary arth, Jena Pa Vaheguruji di Kirpa Hangta da Puran Apav Rupa. Meaning erasing it. Sab to vadi prapti hona kare. So the erasing of ego and flowing in Maharaj's kirpa. Right? So getting rid of ego fully, that is the Paramagat itself by Vaheguruji's kirpa. So the erasing of the ego, meaning there's no parda anymore, there's no distinction anymore, meaning the merging with the one. That is the biggest kalyan. Sab to vadi prapti, the biggest prapti pona kare, the erasing of an ego through Maharaja Kirpa. All right. Jeh prasad sokhe sahaj samabhe. So jeh prasad, by whose jina di prasad kirpa grace sokhe. Sokhe. Ida artha pasita sokh karange. Sahaj, a state of ease. Apagji writes this very interesting way. The artha of Sahaj here, he writes Tiraj, like patience, Shanti, like a calmness, Brahma Gyan, the knowledge of Vaheguru Ji, the Param Uchi Suchi Nirmal Sahaj Avastha. So the Sahaj state of Brahma Gyan, patience, calmness, Shanti. Sahaj, a state of ease. Samavahe, to merge with, lean, right? Punjabi ਚ lean ਕਵਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਮਾ ਜਾਈਦਾ, to merge with, to become one with. Jah prasad is sokhe, sahaj, a state of ease, samavahe. So Arth will write it like this: by whose grace you are merging into a state of patience, calm, Brahma Gyan with Sokh. So Sokh de naal, you are merging into a state of Sahaj. With Sokh, you are merging into Sahaj. Jah prasad is Sokhe, Sahaj samavahe. Or we could just write a state of ease, by whose grace you are merging into a state of ease. He expanded on this from this Punjabi Arth here. Write the Punjabi Arth. Hey Premi, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਸੱਚੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਸੁੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਧੀਰਜ, ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ, ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੀ ਪਰਮ ਉੱਚੀ ਸੁੱਚੀ ਨਿਰਮਲ ਸਹਿਜ ਅਵਸਥਾ 'ਚ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ. By whose grace you are merging into a state of patience, calm, Brahma Gyan with Sukh. Second arth, hey Premi ji, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾਵ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਸੁੱਖ, ਧੀਰਜ, ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ, ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਹੈ. So their grace is whose kirpa, whose grace is sukh, patience, calm, and Brahm Gyan. ਇਸ 'ਚ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਦੇ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ. And with Guru Sahib's kirpa, you are merging into this state. So English second arth, if we're going to write it, O lovers of Gurbani Ji, whose Vaheguru Ji's grace is Sukh, patience, calm. The reason we're writing who's here because we still have Jeha here, but pretty much we're saying Vaheguru Ji's grace is Sukh, is patience, Vaheguru Ji's kirpa is calm, Vaheguru Ji's kirpa is Brahm Gyan, and you are merging within it. Remember, if there are 100 steps to this Dharmpi Pauri, maybe we're on step 2, maybe we're on step 5, maybe we're on step 32, maybe from 32 we fell back down to 23, wherever we are. It's a process. Oh, lovers of Gurbani Ji, whose Vaheguru Ji's grace is Sukh, is patience, is calm, whose kirpa is Brahma Gyan, and you are merging within it. Pehla arth, by whose grace you are merging into a state of patience, calm, Brahma Gyan with Sukh. All right, let's move on. So by whose grace you are merging into a state of patience, calm, Brahm Gyan with Sukh, or you're merging into a state of ease with Sukh. ऐसा प्रभु त्याग, our katalago, ऐसा, like this, like we're describing above, the one that gets us into a state of sukh, into a state of ease, into a state of brahmgyan. Prabhu, sacha vahiguru, sacha prabhu, ऐसे प्रभु वाहिगुरु जी त्याग, छड़ के, त्याग के, forsake. Our, other, और, kat, where, किथे, lag ho, lag rahe ho, attach. Right? So aisa, like this, aise, Prabhu Vahiguru Ji, the one that we just described above, the one that we were talking about, such a Vahiguru, tyage, forsake, tyage, avar katalago. Why are you attaching to others? Forsaking such a Vahiguru Ji, why are we attaching to others? English. So Panjvi Pasha is stating, Guru Arjan Dev Maharaj is stating, leaving Vahiguru Ji, leaving such a Vahiguru Ji, why do you attach yourself to others? And what are the others? We're talking about vices, we're talking about the company of other people that take us away from Dharma ka marga, Shabd and Sarta marga, Sikhi. We're talking about others. We're talking about Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Ahankar, etc. So Panjapashi is stating, leaving Vahiguru Ji, why do you attach yourself to others? Or why do you attach yourself to others and leave Vahiguru Ji? Punjabi. ताखते बैठा अर्जन गुरु सतगुर का खिवा चंदुआ ओगवण हो तै आथवण हो चहो चक्की की अनो लोआ सतगुरु नानक देव महला पंजवां जी फरमाते हैं, हे प्रेमी जी, ऐसे अंधकलवान महाविस्माद आप जी ते कृपा ही कृपा करने वाले दीन दयाल कृपाल कृपा ने दे पूर्ण खसम हमारे वाहिगुरु जी नु त्याग के. So forsaking वाहिगुरु जी, अवर होर किथे पुठे पासे औगणा भैड़े नशियां च कुसंगत विकारां च लग रहे हो. Right? So होर किथे जाके पुठे पासे जाके in organs, in nashe, in intoxicants, in kusangat, in माड़ी संगत, विकारां च, in विकार्स जाके लग रहे हो. So leaving Vaheguruji, why do you attach yourself to others? Other vices, other things, other people. So leaving Vaheguruji, ऐसा प्रभु त्याग, ऐसा प्रभु त्यागे, ऐसा प्रभु त्यागे, अवर कतला कहो. Leaving such a Vaheguruji, why do you attach yourself to others? Why? Gur prasad nanak man jag ho. So Gur prasad arth apa Gur prasad hi karange. So Guru Sahib Ji di Mahaviswadand Kalwan Agmapar Sachi Vyapi Sarvyapi Prakash Roop Sachi Kirpa hi Kirpa. So Guru Sahib Ji di Kirpa, Gur prasad Nanak, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji Shahidan Sartaj Mahla Panjwa Ji, Mane, mind, man, जाग हो, wake up, जागना करो. Gur Prasad, wake up the mind from the sleep of Maya, attachment, sin, misdeeds, unfortunate deeds. Gur Parmeswar Ji di Mahavismad Andakalavana Kamapar Sachi Vyapi Prakash Roop Sachi Kirpai Kirpana. So through such Kirpa, Maya, Vikara, Papa, Ogna, Kukarma, Mohdi Neend to Man Karke Jagna Karo. Gur Prasad, wake up the man from the sleep of Maya. attachment, sin, paap, except misdeeds, etc., vikars, etc. Gur prasade, Nanak mane jagaho. All right, guys. That was party number 6. Astpadi 6. Two more weeks and finish Astpadi 6. Mara Kirpa. Gur Prasad Nanak Mane Jago. All right, guys, till next time. Now off to Janak time. Yes, we've been doing Janak time for a few days now. Akal Murate Ajuni Sapa Prasade Japo Ade Sacho Jogade Sacho Happy Sacho Nanak Hosi Pi Sacho ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸਚੋ ਸਲੋਕ काम क्रोध और लोभ मोह बिन से जाए अहूँ में नानक प्रभ शरणागति कर प्रसाद गुरुदेव सटपदी यह प्रसाद 36 अमृत खाहे ते सो ठाकुर को राखो मन माहे यह प्रसाद सुगंध तन लाभ है तिसको सिमरत परम गाते पाव है यह प्रसाद बस है सुख मंदर तिस ध्याए सदा मन अंदर यह प्रसाद ग्रह संग सुख बसना 8 पहर सिमर होते सो रसना यह प्रसाद रंग रस भोग नानक सदा ध्याय ध्यावन जोग यह प्रसाद पाट पटंबर हडाव है तिस त्यागे कतवर लुभाव है यह प्रसाद सुख सेज सोई जय मन 8 पहर ताका जसो गावी जय यह प्रसाद तुझ सब को मानै मुखता को जसो रसन बखानै यह प्रसाद तेरो रहता धर्म मन सदा ध्याय केवल पार ब्रह्म प्रभ जी जब दरगह मान पावे नानक पाते से ती कर जावे यह प्रसाद आरोग कंचन देही लिव लाभ होते सो राम स्नेही यह प्रसाद तेरा उल्ला रहत मन सुख पावे हारे हारे जसो कहत यह प्रसाद तेरे सगल छिद्र ढाके मन सरनी पारो ठाकुर प्रभता कै यह प्रसाद तुझो को न पहुँचै मन सास सास सिमर हो प्रभु ऊंचे यह प्रसाद पाई दुर्लभ दे नानकता की भगत करे हज प्रसाद भूखन पहरी जय मानत सो सिमरत क्यों आर सुखी जय यह प्रसाद आसवा हसते असवारी मानत सो प्रभु को कबहू न बिसारी यह प्रसाद बाग मिलख तना राख पुरोए प्रभु अपने मना जिन्हें तेरी मन बनत बनाए उठत बैठत सदत सहते आई सहते आए जो एक लख है इहा उहा नानक तेरी ढारी रखै। यह प्रसाद करहे पुन बहु दान, मन आठ पहर करे तिस का ध्यान। यह प्रसाद तू आचार व्यवहारी, तिसो प्रभ को सास सास चितारी। यह प्रसाद तेरा सुंदर रूप, सो प्रभु सिमरहो सदा अनूप। यह प्रसाद तेरी पाते तेरी निकी जाते, सो प्रभु सिमरे सदा दिन रात। यह प्रसाद तेरी पाते रह, गुर प्रसाद नानक जैसो कह। यह प्रसाद सुनहे कारण नाद, with last week, सुनहे कारण नाद। यह प्रसाद पेख है बिस्माद, यह प्रसाद बोल है अमृत रसना। यह प्रसाद सुख सहजे बसना, यह प्रसाद हासत कर चल है। यह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है, यह प्रसाद परम गाते पाव है। यह प्रसाद सुख सहज समाव है, ऐसा प्रभु त्याग बरकत लाग हो। गुर प्रसाद नानक मन जाग हो। And today यह प्रसाद तू प्रगट हो संसार, तेसो प्रभु को मूल न मन हो बिसार। यह प्रसाद तेरा प्रताप हो रे मन मूड, तू ताको जाप। यह प्रसाद तेरे कारज पूरे, तिस है जान मन सदा हजूरे। यह प्रसाद तू पावे साचो रे मन मेरे, तू तास्यो राचो। यह प्रसाद सब की गाते होए, नानक जापो जपै जापो सोए। After that is the last 40 where Guru Sahib Ji talks about straight Paramatma, in the sense of meeting Paramatma. What happens there? Let me just read that. Beautiful lines. Aap japai japai so now. ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪ ਜਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਉਹੀ ਜਪਦੇ ਆ। Whoever ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ wants makes do jap, they do jap. Whoever ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ wants to sing, they sing. ਆਪੇ ਗਾਵਾਏ ਸੋ ਹਰਿ ਗੁਣ ਗਾ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਪ੍ਰਗਾਸ। So from their kirpa prakash happens. Prabhu Dayate Kamal Vigas, so the lotus flower, oh, that starts blossoming. And we talked about the lotus flower in one of the other Astpadi. Forgot, maybe was it the second? Or maybe, I'm not sure. But that was all about, remember the virtues where they start blossoming. And it was also the Kamal that was Putta, it was upside down, became Siddha. And it was able to handle all that tattva that's coming in, all Paramatma that's coming in. Prabh so prasanna basai mane soye, Prabh daya te mate uttam hoye, sarvandadan Prabh teri maya aap ho kachu na kin hu laya, jeto jeto labh ho teto lage hai harinath nanak inke kachu na haath. Going over last week, jeh prasad sun hai karnad. Maharaj Kirpa, with whose Kirpa right now Maharaj is allowing us to listen, or Maharaj has given us ears, right? And then as we walk on this body of Dharma, eventually through progression, ajapajap, and that naad that starts resounding. Jeh prasad sun hai karan naad, right? That naad, that sound, that anhadatona, that second round of marriage starts hitting. Yah prasad pekh hai bismad, by whose grace you see this beautiful, amazing creation in an amazement, in a visamadmay state. By whose grace you see Vaheguru Ji in all forms. And then whose eyes, now we're looking at this, and we did this a lot last week, looked at it from the perspective of Maharaj as well. Yah prasad pekhe bismad, Atme Pashi sitting in samadhi on his manja, and Sangat sitting in front of him, Atme Pashi opening their eyes and looking at Sangat. Yah prasad pekhe bismad, drenched in Amrit, looking at us, sending Gurbani in our hearts, melting our hearts just by their look. You know, Amrit pinne loina, right? The Amrit drenched eyes of Guru Sahib Ji looking at Sangat, the amount of love they look at Sangat with, bakshing with, you know, Saragi Satabalavanda, they took off, and then it's like, Sangat will do Kirtan now, like Data of Kirtan, and then the tradition of Kirtan starting in regular Sangat like that, like everyday Sangat, not just musicians. Maharaj Drishti, a lot of Shakti, Maharaj Drishti. यह प्रसाद है बोले है अमृत रसना. We have a tongue. Maharaj has given us a tongue to speak. Bole hai Amrit Rasna, and then we look at it from Guru Sahib Ji's perspective as well, that Guru Sahib Ji speaking Bani to us. Yeh prasad hai sukh hai sahaj basana, in a state of sukh, in a state of sahaj, residing in such a state. Without effort, you reside in the grace of Vaheguru Ji. Maharaj, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸੌਖੀ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਬਸਣਾ. You could take it from that perspective too. Or sukh and saj, in a state of ease, without effort, we reside in there. A place where everything is achal, the heart doesn't shake, there's no movement by Mani Singh Ji getting cut piece by piece, by Gurdas Ji debating the biggest Vidwans in the world. No shake, it's just a saj. Without effort, everything's coming without effort. Yeh prasad hai hastakar chal hai, laughingly we walk, right? Or hast, also hands, kare chal hai. Maharaj using their hands and giving us data. So here we got like physical data, doodh, poot, padaratha. Guru Sahib Ji's hands move on to the Gursevak's heads. So wherever they may go in this universe, and Bhagavad Ji didn't write this world; he wrote beyond this world as well here. That's why we wrote universe here. So wherever the Gursevaks may be, Maharaj ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਾਜ ਸਵਾਰਦੇ ਆ, ਹਸਤਕਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਆ. You know, we look at Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, Lakhi Shah Banjara, that whole Sakhi, you know, Maharaj beda paar laya, and many countless Sakhiyan like that as well. Yeh prasad is sampuran phal hai, by whose grace you become completely fruitful. Fruitful once again with Brahm Gyan, Ajapa, Maharaj Bakshish Japa Japa Prema Bhagati, Sata Santokh Daya Dharma, right? Vichar, Mukti. Yeh prasad hai param gate pav hai. You obtain the biggest state of merging with Vaheguru, or the biggest state of having no ego merging with Vaheguru. Having no ego, Gur Prasad, right? Maharaj ke paas to prasad hai. Yeh prasad hai sukh sahaj samave. So once again, sukh, sahaj, in the state of sukh, by whose grace you're merging into a state of patience, calm, Brahmgyan with sukh. Whose grace is sukh, is patience, is calm, is Brahmgyan. You are merging within all this, right? Within their kirpa. Aisa pravate aage avar katal lag ho. Why do we attach ourselves to others? Leaving such a Vaheguru. Why others in the sense of vices? You can see the company of others that take us away from Nam, company of our own minds, falling into depressive episodes and rumination and all that kind of stuff. Why do we attach ourselves to this when Prabhate aage avar katal lag ho? Why do we attach ourselves to these thoughts as well? Things that have happened in the past, or things that might be coming up in the future, depression, anxiety, future. Why do we attach ourselves to these things? Forsaking Vaheguru Ji. Stay present with Vaheguru Ji. Gur Prasad Nanak Man Jago. Hey mere man, wake up from all this, from sin, from misdeeds, from Maya. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਗਣਾ ਕਰੋ. ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਮਨ ਜਾਗੋ. Wake up this mind from all this type of stuff, from the rumination, from all this, everything we just spoke of. यह प्रसाद है तू प्रगटो संसार है, मारा सत्ता मारा कृपा. Let's give ourselves a couple minutes, do some job. ਧੁਨ ਮਹਿ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਿਆਨ ਮਹਿ ਜਾਣਿਆ, Sabdu Guru Sorte Tone Chela Sarva Dharma Meh Sreshta Dharma, the biggest religion of all religions, Har ko naam o jape, nirmala karma. Japanam, that is the nirmala karma. Or Japanam and do nirmala karma, do pure deeds. Or Japing Nam is the purest deed. The biggest religion of all religions. So we'll attempt this. Pe gavaye, so Har Guna Gav, right? Pe japaye so now, right? We'll cover that next week. So, and it is beautiful in the sense that it's not in us to do, Hana, like the ability to listen to Nam, the ability to go to Sangat, the ability to Japanam. It's gifted to us. It's Maharaj does daya and gives it to us. And that's how we obtain it. But Uda shukar karna chahiye, Uda shukar ch rehna chahiye, when Maharaj, you have given us this ability, you have given us this opportunity. And within dukh as well, dukh vich Sukhmani, right? Even within that dukh, ja sukh ta mein na hoi, where there's sukh, if Maharaj di tamanna nahi hai, the desire to meet Vaheguruji dissipates and disappears and all that kind of stuff. So dukh used in the right context, because dukh is a very fine line where dukh, it can lead into depression, but dukh, if utilized properly from a Sikhi perspective, can take you into Chardi Kala as well, right? So dukh is beautiful in that sense, right? And a Sikh, nor does he or she do they care about dukh or sukh from that perspective. Donna nu barabar samjhana. Because in sukh, theek Maharaj given us sukh, but the whole practice is the shabd and the tan to stay in Maharaj Dwar. And same thing in dukh. There's no point of falling in dukh either, because the whole thing is to stay in shabd. So both are going to come. Both are karma di galya. They're going to come, and we're going to deal with our karma while we're here. But Gurka Sabda Kata Kot Karma, Shabd Samrathya, karma Kattanu as well. And we need to dive into it. I listen to myself talking and I go, what a fool. Listen to myself. So such foolish talk I'm doing in the sense like I need to practice this myself. So let's get to it. Focus on the thought. Bring the mind back. The mind runs off into a thought, into a story. At a deeper level, if it runs off into visualization, bring it back wherever you can. Gur Prasade. What did we just read here? Gur Prasade. Nanak Man Jago, right? We're going to wake the mind up. In the sense, we're going to make it present. We're going to bring the man back. We're going to keep waking it up. Be alert. Runs away. Be alert. Man, where's your buddhi taking you? Where's your memory taking you right now? Man, jagapa, wake up. Try to wake it. That's all. Gur Prasade, Nanak Man Jago, and all this happens. Gur Prasade, right? It's Maharaj gift. Allah Khasma Kaja Paveta De. Vaheguru. 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 Sravani sunana goranao. Vaheguru. 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 Gur prasad nanak man jago. Vaheguru. 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 All right, guys, let's get to it. हर काबिलो बना बेलोग हो मेरे भाई सहज बेलोग हो जैसे तातो न जाए जह प्रसाद तू प्रगटो संसार यह प्रसाद जिन्ना दी कृपा द्वारा by whose grace तुम you प्रगटो प्रगट means पंजाबी च प्रगट ही लिखांगे in English we'll write to become evident, to emerge, to be seen, to become pargat. Something that wasn't there, something that's what was there and now it's, you can see it. It was invisible and now it's visible. You could even say, we could even take it from that perspective, right? Like Paramatma is within us, but then they become pargat. They become evident to us. We start seeing them. Sansara is this world. Sansar nu Punjabi sansar likhange. जिन्ना भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी महाविस्माद अंत कलावाना कम पार सर्वव्यापी प्रकाश रूप सच्ची अमर पूरन कृपा ही कृपा नाल गुरु प्रेमा भगति निष्काम सेवा परोपकार करके तू संसार च प्रगट हो रहा है निष्कामता without any desires doing seva without any kamna doing seva without any desire very beautiful concept of Sikhi. A very hard thing to do in Sikhi, but beautiful manjal to strive towards. Doing seva without anything, wanting anything in return. Doing seva for the sake of doing seva because you're in love with your guru. You get to see this pratak, right? You get to like go to guru cars in the early morning. Sometimes you see, like you can go to Malton Gurdwara, you see Matawa like Puchena, like around Malton Gurdwara, Parkarma around Malton Gurdwara with their like on their knees, just cleaning, like, and they're like daily, they just add it. Beautiful to see. By whose grace you were born in this world. But born through because of seva and devotional worship, right? Like Bhagavad Gita, Guru Prema Bhakti Nishkam Seva Parapakar Karke. Due to these reasons, due to Prema Bhakti, due to Nishkam Seva, due to Parapakar, you're born in this world, right? So by whose grace you were born in this world. That's why I have this in brackets, through seva and devotional worship. The arth is by whose grace you were born in this world, but if you want to expand on the artha, you can add this piece here too. Yeh prasade tu pragato sansare. By whose grace you were born in this world. ਜਿਹਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮ ਸੇਵਾ ਪਰਉਪਕਾਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੂੰ ਸੰਸਾਰ 'ਚ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। So guys, let's change this arth because I don't think this is Bhagavad arth here. I think this is his arth. By whose grace you're becoming known in this world. You're becoming pargat. Yeah, pargat in the sense of you are emerging in this world. That's what it says. My bad. Let's change this arth. Sorry guys. Yeh prasade tu pragato sansare. You see something. Yeah. By whose grace you're becoming known in this world. Through seva and devotional worship. So guys, change that first arth, please. Of being born. That's wrong here in this context. Okay. यह प्रसाद तू प्रगटो संसारे. To become evident, to emerge, to be seen. जिन्हां दी किरपा नाल तू निष्काम सेवा परोपकार करके, due to निष्काम सेवा and due to परोपकार and due to guru prema bhagati. So through, because of seva and devotional worship, तू संसार च प्रगट हो रहा है. You are emerging, you're becoming known in this world. By whose grace you're becoming known in this world? Through seva and devotional worship. Prema bhakti. यह प्रसाद तू प्रगटो संसार. All right, let's move on. ते सो प्रभु को मूले न मन हो बिसारे. सतगुरु नानक प्रगटया मिटी तो जगत चानन होआ. Okay. ते सो them इन्ना प्रभु वाहिगुरु जी call no to मूले, not at all, ukkahi. थोड़ा मात्र भी ना. ना नु पंजाबी सिद्धा पाना no. मन हो mind, मन हो besare to let go or pull off. तो ते सो प्रभु को दम वाहिगुरु जी तिन्ना वाहिगुरु जी नु मूल न मन हो बिसारे उकाही थोड़ा मात्र भी. तेना कोट प्रखंड को ठाकुर स्वामी सर्व जिया का दाता रे अकाल पुरख जी नू मन हो न नाम विसारे अहने से ते आइया अनुसार उकाही कदे भुल के भी मन हो न भुला. right? So कदी भी ना भुला उन्हां नू. भाव जे तू किसी दा गल वट रहा है उगण कमा रहा है तां भुला रहा है. So if we're doing ogan, doing unfortunate deeds, then we're ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭੁਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ. ਸੋ ਯਾਦ ਰੱਖਣ ਦਾ ਸਹੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਚੇ ਭਾਵ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਿਸ਼ਚੇ ਭਰੋਸੇ ਸਿਦਕ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਕਮ ਮੰਨਣਾ, ਅਨੁਸਾਰੀ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਵਰਤਣਾ, ਖਿੜੇ ਮੱਥੇ ਭਾਣਾ ਮੰਨਣਾ. ਰਾਈਟ. ਸਭ ਨਾਲ ਪੂਰਨ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਨਾਲ ਵਰਤਣਾ, ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਭਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹੋਣਾ. जो हुआ हो तो सो जाना है. प्रभु अपने का हुक्म पहचानना है. Do not ever forget them from your mind. Ukkapi. Don't ever forget them from your mind. तो तेसो प्रभु को मूल न मन हो बेसारे. Do not ever forget them from your mind. All right. यह प्रसाद तेरा प्रताप. यह प्रसाद जिन्हां दी किरपा नाल, by whose grace, तेरा your, तेरा आप जी दा, तेरा Pratap. Pratap or prestige in English, but a touch maybe more than that, a person's charismatic presence, the hidden shakti, the hidden power behind of charisma behind someone. So one's magnetic pull in a way. Pratap. I mean, if we look at like Punjab right now, we can say like someone like by Amrapal saying what he's doing in this current time, we can say that like his Pratap is like that. Or we don't know his future, what that is. Maybe that's a bad example. But currently that's what it is right now. Or a Pratap of Pratap in the sense of like someone like a Pagaji or someone like a even from if we go a little bit like Baba Deep Singh Ji, the Pratap is you just hear their name and okay, there's a certain your mind shifts in a certain way. Aura, yeah, aura is a part of Pratap, I believe. Aura, that hidden Shakti that's around a person. Pratap. Example of Pratap, something like this, if we go look at Bade Mahapurush, Sant Baba Gurbani Singh Ji Pendrakala, they're with their Jatha, they were, I think they were Chamkaur Sahib, and when they were saying at that time that they say Guru Gobind Singh Ji and Chamkaur Di Gadi and he's releasing arrows right now. He goes, I can't handle the Pratap. I can't handle their presence. I can't stare at them. I can't look at them. It's just that their sarup at that time was that powerful. Lakh 84 ਹਮੇਦਨੀ ਸਭ ਸੇਵ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਅਵਰ ਜੋਨ ਤੇਰੀ ਪਨਿਹਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਧਰਤੀ ਮਹਿ ਤੇਰੀ ਸਿਕਦਾਰੀ. ਸੋ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਮਹਾਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਅੰਤ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ ਸੱਚੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਤੇਰਾ ਰੱਬ ਜੈਸਾ ਪ੍ਰਤਾਪ ਜਸ ਹੈ. By whose grace you have great prestige. You have magnetic pull, like the pull Vaheguru Ji has. So by whose grace you have great prestige. यह प्रसाद तेरा प्रताप. यह प्रसाद है तुम प्रगटो संसार. You're emerging. Your pratap is there. रे मन मूड तू ताको जाप. रे, हे, or o. Man, mind, man. Mood, fool, मूर्ख. रे मन मूड, foolish mind. It's pretty cool how Maharaj talks to the man in different ways. Ana kadi e man pyarya, my loving mind, kadi is foolish mind. It's like teaching it in different ways. So you, taco, we'll do a kata in English. Taco, we'll just write them. Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਵੱਖਰਾ ਲਿਖ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਕੋ ਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਤਿੰਨ ਕੋ ਨੂੰ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਪੋ ਜਪਣਾ ਕਰ repeat. So re man mood hey re hey man mind mood मूर्ख foolish fool mood tu you taco them ta tinna ko nu japo japa repeat japana kar. So this pratap that's being gained, pratap nu prapt ho ke hankar na kar. Guru Parmeshwar ji di kirpa bakshish jaan ke he murkh man tu tinna narayan kal par gurta birajan Guru ji nu room room de puran pyar adar satkar naal room ro karke japana kar. Rome 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 main gurmukh ram utte aaye ram. So English. Re man mood tu taako jaap. O foolish mind, repeat their naam. That's the out. If you want to expand on it, O foolish mind, do not be egotistical of your prestige. So combining it with the Pichli Pangati, with the previous Bani line. O foolish mind, do not be egotistical of your prestige. Repeat their naam with love and respect. Puran, pyar, adab naal, satkar naal. Rom rom karke, the love of each pore. O foolish mind, do not be egotistical of your prestige. Repeat their naam. With love and respect. Remember again, Nar Singh Ji, Jatha Singh, when he was passing away, got some time to, had some opportunity to spend some time with him, go visit him once in a while, when he was like towards the end of his life. And man, this guy's, he was just radiant, just always radiant. Gyani Nar Singh Ji. I don't know if you guys remember him, Gyani Nar Singh Ji. And he lived here in Toronto. And he would just like, you know, by Veer Singh Ji's, you know, like Pasha Shemi, and then like he just reading history, and then he'd just do Bani throughout the day. And then I remember as a I guess foolish kid, I asked him, I wasn't a kid, but yeah, I asked him, like, so we're talking about Naam, and he's like, you know, he's telling us the importance of Naam and Vaheguru Mantar and to japa Vaheguru Mantar. And so we're just talking about different things about Naam, and he's like, yeah, you know, you should increase it slowly, you know, that Naam should be increased slowly. And yeah, obviously, like I believe he said at that time, listen to it as well, but like he's like, it's a practice, it's with love, right? You increase it slowly and stuff like that. And I asked him, like, Gyani Ji, what would happen if someone like meditated like 8 hours a day And he's like, yo, if someone does that, he's like, you'd pass all these paths. You talk about Gandhis and all this type of stuff. That like, yo, that person, if someone does that for 8 hours a day and that's their daily practice, he goes, yo, they would be beyond all this. I still remember that, having that conversation with him. But yeah, Gandhi Nar Singh Ji. Mad radiant, always radiant. His face is so radiant. But O foolish mind, do not be egotistical of your prestige. Repeat their now with love and respect. जय प्रसाद तेरे कारज पूरे. जय प्रसाद, you guys know that now. So won't say that. Jai prasad tere, your karaj. Karaj means work or kam. Pure means to be complete or pure, right? So jai prasad tere, karaj, work, kam, pure, pure, complete. जिन्ना भाव वाहिगुरु जी दी विस्माद अंत कलावाना का व्यापार सर्वव्यापी प्रकाश रूप सच्ची किरपा नाम तेरे सारे परमार्थक ते व्यवहारक काम बुरे होए हन, हो रहे हन, हो जाणगे. So your worldly and your spiritual affairs have been completed, are being completed, and will be completed. आज हमारे पूरे सतगुरु बाजे अनहद तूरे सतगुरु. So in English, by whose grace, Jai Prasade, your spiritual and worldly tasks get accomplished. Your worldly and spiritually affairs are being accomplished, were accomplished, and will be accomplished. So by whose grace, your spiritual and worldly tasks get accomplished. Jai Prasad tere karaj, your kam, your work, pure. Okay, so Jai Prasad tere karaj pure, by whose grace your spiritual and worldly tasks get accomplished, or your worldly, spiritual and worldly affairs were accomplished, are being accomplished, and will be accomplished. We can write it like that too, with all the tenses. तिस हे जान मन सदा हजूरे. तिस हे दम तिन्ना जानो नो जानना कर मन मन सदा always सदा हमेशा हजूरे present, like in front of you. Apne andar bahar. Bhagavad Gita translates hajure in the sense of like inside and outside of you. Everywhere. So Tesehe Jano Man Sada Hajure. Hey man. तिना रोम रोम कोटि ब्रह्मांड को निवास जासो, मानस अवतार धारे दर सो दिखाए है। गुरु परमेश्वर जी ਨੂੰ सदा अपने अंदर बाहर असंख नूर भरपूर जानना कर, सद ही निकटे जानो प्रभ स्वामी सगल रेण होए रही है। साधु संगत होए परापते ता प्रभु अपना लहिया लहिया, तेरो रावे रहया भरपूरे, वेख हजूरे जुग जुग एको जाता। सो तिस हे जानो मन सदा हजूरे। सो हे मन तिन्हां नू सदा अपने अंदर बाहर जानना कर। So, my mind, know them to be always present inside and outside of you. This hai jano man sada hajure. Oh, my mind, know them to be always present inside of you and outside of you. Hajar hajur hai. Nedhu te neda. This hai jano man sada hajure. यह प्रसाद है तू पावे साचो। यह प्रसाद है जिन्हां दी by whose grace किरपा द्वारा तू you तू पावे obtain receive पा रहा है साचो truth सच। यह प्रसाद है तू पावे साचो। तो यह प्रसाद है तू you पावे obtain receive पा रहा है साच truth। जिन्हां पा वाहिगुरु जी दी किरपा किरपा ही किरपा सच स्वरूप है। सो whose जिन्हां दी किरपा ही किरपा सच स्वरूप है, इस नू तू गुरां द्वारा पा रहा है। First अर्थ whose grace is the form of truth which you are receiving through Guru Sahib Ji's kirpa. Whose grace is the form of truth which you are receiving through Guru Sahib Ji's kirpa. Jinnah pa Vaheguru Ji di पूर्ण कृपा ही कृपा सच स्वरूप है। So that kirpa is the form of truth, is the swarup of Sat। इस नू तू गुरां द्वारा पा रहा है, you are receiving this through Guru Sahib Ji। Like I believe this first arth leads to the second arth pretty much. Not much distinction here, but ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਤੂੰ ਸਾਚ ਸਰੂਪ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. So you're obtaining ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ. ਕਾਮ ਕ੍ਰੋਧ ਜਮਾ ਜੁਮਾ ਕਲੇਸ਼ਾਂ ਦੁੱਖਾਂ ਨਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਔਗਣਾਂ ਰੋਗਾਂ ਸਾਖਤ ਸੱਪਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. English. By whose grace you are obtaining ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ. ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਭਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਤੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਪਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. यह प्रसाद तू पावे साच. So यह प्रसाद, so the prasad is sacho. पहला अर्थ यह प्रसाद है जिन्हां दी प्रसाद ही जिन्हां दी कृपा ही साचो. तू you're obtaining this Gur prasad. So whose grace is sacho is the form of truth and you're obtaining, or we can look at it from the second artha, or we can even look at it from as we get this grace, we fall in love with Bani and we obtain Maharaj. So Jai Prasad tu Pave Sacho, by whose grace, once the grace comes, we fall in love and we obtain Vaheguru Ji themselves. The Sacho. So Sacho here is Vaheguru Ji. The form of Sach, right? Yeh prasad tu pavhe Sach. By whose grace you are obtaining Vaheguru Ji. You are obtaining Sach Sarup themselves, Vaheguru Ji. Yeh prasad tu pavhe Sach. रे मन मेरे तू ता स्यो राज. रे ए मन, मन ਦਾ ਅਰਥ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਨ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ. ਮਨ ਮਾइंड. मेरे माइंड, मेरे और माई. तू यू. ता them तिन्ना. स्यों with नाल. राचो रचनाकार. merge, the sense to become one with, right? So re man mere, oh my mind. Tu you. Ta seo, ta them tinna. Seo naal with. Ta seo with them. Racho merge. So merge with them. Racho taseo. So tu, you, ta, tinna, them, seo with na, rach. Rachanaka merge. Hey mere man, tu, tinna. कोट ब्रह्मांड को ठाकुर स्वामी सर्व जियां का दाता रे जी नाल रोम रोम दे प्रेम करके रचना. So once again, roam means each pore. So, oh my mind, English, with love drenching from each pore, merge with them. Puran prem naal. ये मन मेरे तू तास्यो राज रचना कर. रे मन मेरे तू तास्यो राज. मेरे मन तेना वाहिगुरु जी नाल पूर्ण प्रेम नाल रचना कर. My mind with love drenching from each pore, merge with them. All right. So my mind with love drenching from each pore, merge with them. यह प्रसाद सब की गाते होए. यह प्रसाद है. So you guys know this, by whose grace, जिन्हां दी कृपा नाल सब सारियां दी, or sab ki in English we could put it together. Or we could, I wonder if there's any of someone's, if we leave ki separate too, maybe, है ना? Sab all ki of. Sab ki, we'll just write everyone's. I know you guys, when we translate each language, you guys like to do it separate. So I don't know, maybe we will look at it. Sab ki, all's, everyone, sab, everyone, ki, of. Might be able to do it that way too. Sab ki, for this purpose, we'll do it together. Sab ki, everyone's. Punjabi de vich sab. Ki da arth ਆਪਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ or ਕੀ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ. Just leave it as ki. Gate, salvation, to be emancipated. Mukti, chutkara, gate. Hoy, become, is becoming. Hoy. Right? So Jeh Prasad is sab ki, everyone's, gate, salvation, hoy, become, is becoming, ho rahi, mukti, gate, mukti, chutkar. Jeh Prasad is sab ki gate hoy. English is going to be a bit long because we're just summarizing some of the things that we talked about above. Papan Pujnik Tan Tan Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Sacha Sacho Sirjanhara Panjve Satguru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji Farma Rahe Hain. Meaning Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is saying, जिन्हां भा वाहिगुरु जी की कृपा नाल आप जी शुभ कारज पूरे आप जी दे शुभ कारज पूरे हुंदे हन. आप जी नूं हुण अर्थ पढ़ा के जन्म सफला बना रहे हन. So bringing it into the present, your ability to read translations right now, the one that's making us do that. आपे लायो अपना प्यार, अनुसार अपना प्यार आप ला रहे हैं. सच मिलता है अते जिन्हां दी विस्माद अनंत कलावान अगम पार सर्वव्यापी प्रकाश रूप सच्ची अमर पूर्ण कृपा ही कृपा नाल सब की विकारां औगणा पापां 84 लाख जून जमा तो मुक्ति छुटकार हो रही है. So by whose grace everyone is becoming mukt from what? From papa, 84, vikar, augan. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is stating by whose grace your righteous tasks are accomplished, the one making you read translations right now and fulfilling your life. So bringing it partak, meaning bringing it right now, what's happening right now, bringing it to the present. The one making you fall in love with them, by whose grace everyone is being liberated from Bekar, sin, 8.4 million lives. So the straight earth would be, by whose grace everyone is being liberated. That's a straight earth. यह प्रसाद सब की गाते होए सारियां दी गति हो रही है. That's the earth right there. यह प्रसाद सब की गाते होए. By whose grace everyone is being liberated. Liberated from what? 84 lakh joon, paap, vikar, sin. And this is just building on top of the earth. By whose grace all your shubh karaj jide, they become accomplished. The one that's making us read earth right now, making us read translations right now, and janam safala jada bana rahe hai, it's fulfilling our life right now. The one that's making us fall in love with them right now. By whose grace, by Guruji's grace once again, but by whose grace, Jai Prasad, everyone is being liberated from Vikar, sin, 8.4 million lives. Jai Prasad, sab ki gate hoye, saaryan di gati ho rahi hai. I'm talking about, yeah, Pasus, we're talking about Paret, we're talking about all the cells within our bodies and the countless millions, billions, trillions of cells, air particles, everything. All this, all this that Maharaj is gifting. The liberation of many. Humans, beings, people as well. Of course. All right. यह प्रसाद सब की गाते होए. By whose grace everyone is being liberated. Move on. Nanak japo japay, japo soe. Nanak. Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Mahalla Panjwa Ji, Sri Nanak Angad Kare Manna Mardas, Angad Pehchanna Mardas, Ramdas Kahayo. There's no difference between the Gurus from that perspective. They're all one. Uhi Jota Kaya Jadi Uhi Palti. Right? So it's just the bodies that are switched. Japo. Japo is Jap, is Vaheguru Mantra Jap. Or just straight Vaheguru Mantra. Nanak Japo. Japa, repeat. Japo. Japo. With the onkar, repeat. Japo. Japa. Japo. Repeat, repeat. Soy. Soy that we can do. The one of praise. Sobhavale. The one that has praise. So the one of praise. In the sense, Sobhavale. Yeah, the one that has praise. Soy. Soy also means to sleep. Soy means oh, that individual, that person, soy, them. Punjabi ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੋ ਅਰਥ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਇਹਦੇ. Soy ਸੋਭਾ ਵਾਲੇ ਤਾਂ soy in the sense of sleep. So soy, the one of praise, the one that has praise. Vaheguru Ji we're talking about. Nanak japo japੈ. ਜਪ ਨੂੰ ਜਪਣਾ ਕਰੋ, ਜਪ ਸੋਏ, ਜਪ ਕੇ ਸੋਏ. So here we go. ऐसे सोभा वाले वाहिगुरु जी. So first soy we're going to see in the same sentence is used twice in two different ways here. So ऐसे सोभा वाले वाहिगुरु जी. The praise, the one that has praise, Vaheguru Ji, the jap, ona da jap, rom rom de puran prem na, dasandas, japo, japake, by repeating and repeating. A for samadhi jo so raha hai, is sleeping within a samadhi, is soy within a samadhi. अंतरे सुन्नन बाहरे सुन्नन त्रिभावण सुन्नम सुन्नन चौथे सुन्ने जो नरो जाने ताको पाप न पुन्नन. So English, by repeating naam of such praiseworthy Vaheguru Ji, Sobha wale Vaheguru Ji, by Japan and by Japo, the jap, the naam. I am sleeping in samadhi, Panjabashi is saying. I am in samadhi, I am afora, without thought, samadhi without thought, afora, forne to rahata samadhi soe. Nanak japo japੈ japo soe. So we can say that by repeating Naam, Nanak japo japੈ japo soe. Panjabashi is saying that I repeat Naam of the Sobha wale Vaheguru Ji, the praiseworthy Vaheguru Ji. And Bhagji takes it a step further, which is the Artha. And Bhagji takes it a step further and says, by repeating Naam of Sobha wale Vaheguru Ji, of Soy Vaheguru Ji, I am soy myself in Samadhi, in a for Samadhi. By repeating Naam of the Sobha wale Vaheguru Ji, the Japo, Japä, Japo, of Soy, Sobha wale, praiseworthy Vaheguru Ji, I am soy, Nanak soy. Panjabashi themselves is soy, sleeping in Samadhi, meaning they are lean, they are one within Vaheguru Ji. And here's a yatha for that. Antare sunnam, bahare sunnam. Sun is I don't know if I can describe it here, but from what I understand, sun to be is a place where there is a forta, there is nothingness, there is no feeling, there is no thought. So antare sunnam, inside is sun. You know, and then people might say, you know, if you're sitting in a vyas, if you're sitting in meditation, you're sitting at the Gurukar or something, your leg falls asleep, like not, and it goes beyond the sensation of tingling, and like you don't even know it's there. Sun, like the leg, you see it, okay, you see your leg there, but it's like not even part of your body. So sun like that, you can say, or sun when you're going in for a medical, like a operation or something, say on your hand or something, and they make your hand fall asleep. And so the doctor can cut your hand or do whatever they want, but there's no feeling in the hand left. So sun from that perspective. So antar is sunnan, bahar is sunnan, outside sunnan, tripavan on all three worlds, sunnan, sunnan, it's all sun. Chautha sunnan jo naro jana. In the fourth state of sunna, jo naro jana, that one that understands this in the fourth state. They are out of the cycle of pap and pun. That means they have no more lekha. Tanuraj Avka was the line. Tanuraja Avka Karego jo Fakre Sagalo lekha. And the time Raja do when all the lekha is ripped up. And this is for people like Baba Hamam Singh Rampur Kheda, Sant Baba Tar Singh Mastwan Wale, Baba Kanhaiya Ji, Baba Dev Singh Ji, Paimani Singh, these guys, right? They sit in states like this. Mataji, Mata Sahib Devaji, they sit in, they are in states like this. Guru Sahib Ji themselves. So by repeating Nam of such praiseworthy Vaheguruji, I am sleeping in Samadhi. I am in Son Samadhi. Guru Prasad.
Satnam Karta Purukha Nirvana Nirvana Akala Murate Ajuni Sayapang Prasad Japa Adi Satcho Jagad Satcho Happy Satcho Nanak Hosi Pi Satcho Ikonkar Satnam Karta Purukha Nirvana Nirvana Akala Murate Ajuni Sayapang Prasad Japa Adi Satcho Jagad Satcho Happy Satcho Nanak Hosi Pi Satcho Ek Onkar Satnam Karta Purukh Nirbhau Nirvair Akala Murti Ajuni Sapang Prasad Japo Adi Satcho Jagad Satcho Happy Satcho Nanak Hosi Pi Satcho Ek Onkar Satnam Karta Purukh Nirbhau Nirvair Akala Murti Ajuni Sapang Prasad Japo Adi Satcho Jagad Satcho Happy Satcho Nanak Hosi Pi Satcho. Alright guys, I am out in BC right now. I'm working off my wife's computer, Chromebook. So we will definitely have this figured out before next week, Mara Kirpa. But let's get moving now. Jai Prasade tu pragato sansare from last week. Jina di kirpa nala, you're becoming known in this world through seva, through Mara Kirpa. So once again, you'll see a lot of my notes here today. Usually have two screens, and we're just working off one today. So teso prab ko mule nam manho besare. Vaheguru ji nu ukka matar vi thoda matar vi man to na vasar. Don't ever forget him from your mind.
Wait, it was supposed to be died. Oh.
Jai prasad tera प्रताप जिन्हां दी किरपा नाल क्या किरपा दा सदका तेरा प्रताप बहुत ज्यादा प्रताप मारा थानू बख्श रहे आ. You have great prestige, you got this magnetic pull about you. रे मन मूड तू ताको जाप हे मूर्ख मना foolish mind, drop the ego and repeat their name. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਪ ਕਰ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਾਰਜ ਪੂਰੇ ਆਪ ਜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਸੰਸਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਪਰਮਾਰਥਕ all types of ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ they get ਪੂਰੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ, they become accomplished. ਤੇ ਸਹਿਜਾਨ ਮਨ ਸਦਾ ਹਜ਼ੂਰੇ, inside outside always know them to be present. ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ, always know them to be present right with you. ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਤੂੰ ਪਾਵੇ ਸਾਚ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ you obtain ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, the form of truth, whose grace is the form of truth which you are receiving. Maharaj Satta Maharaj Kirpa. रे मन मेरे तू ताको राच तासे और राचो, हे मेरे मना merge with them, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਰਚ ਜਾ, ਐਨ ਪੂਰਨ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਿੱਜ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਰਚਨਾ ਕਰ। यह प्रसाद सब की गत है, जिन्हां दी किरपा द्वारा सारियां दी कल्याण हो रही है। From what? From vikas, from sins, from these 8.4 million lives. And how's that happening? Maharaj is allowing us to listen to Bani, allowing us to read translations, allowing us to fall in love with them. So जिन्हां दी किरपा द्वारा सब की गत है, सारियां दी कल्याण हो रही है। नानक जाप जप जप सोए, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਪ ਕਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੋਏ, once again ਸਮਾਧੀ, ਸੋਏ to sleep, ਸੋਏ ਸੋਭਾ ਵਾਲੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸੋ ਸੋਭਾ ਵਾਲੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਜਾਪ ਰੋਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਨਾਲ ਦਾਸ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਾਸ਼ੀ saying this, we're repeating ਨਾਮ of such praiseworthy ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, I am in samadhi, I am soy in the sense of sleep, in samadhi. ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ। So now this last body of this Astpadi, we get into a state of Maharaj is making everything happen. So it switches, it's to a very, it goes to great depth in the sense of Akhano Vekhano Sab Sahib te hoye, right? Like Maharaj is gifting us everything from all this. So let's get flowing with this. Let's get writing. Aape japaye japa so now. Aape, they themselves. Aape. So japaye. So this, here's a distinction. Je ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਜਪੈ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਪਦਾ, right? But japaye is someone that makes us repeat. So it's not in us to repeat, it is Maharaj gifting us and making us repeat. Aape japaye. So they themselves, talking about Maharaj here, japaye, japonde ne, japa to repeat, so that person, now naam.
I don't think I'll remember what they look like and what they are. Well, let's come up in this book. Like, what's this?
Okay. So wherever you have to find a familiar phrase.
For the colors.
Aape japaye, japa so now.
Wait, what do you mean? It's for older than did you see the front? Great.
So ਜਿਵੇਂ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਛੱਤੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਭੋਜਨ ਘਰ ਬਾਰ ਸਰੀਰ ਰੰਗ ਰਸ ਭੋਗ ਸਮੂਹ ਦਾਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਦੱਸੀ ਹੈ, ਤਿਵੇਂ ਹੁਣ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ, ਰਾਈਟ? ਸੋ ਹੈ ਭਾਈ, ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਆਖਣੋ ਵੇਖਣੋ ਸਭ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਜੋਤ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਸਿਰ ਅਰਪਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਮਹਾਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਨ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਸੱਚਾ ਨਾਮ ਆਪ ਜਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਉਹ ਹੀ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਦੇ ਹਨ। So only they repeat Naam. Whomever Vaheguru Ji makes repeat Naam. So this is a shift in perspective from Vipai Naam Japo. Okay, you know, I'm gonna meditate, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna do Naam, I'm gonna do a Vyas. This is a shift from that mindset. And once again, this is on a spectrum. It's not like it's gonna happen overnight, and we can intellectually talk about this. But once a practitioner becomes lean in there, then once they're lean in the job, they don't think they're doing the job anymore because they're not there. It's like uddam karande jiyo tu, live in trying, but at the same time na hum kiya na karenge na kar sake sharir kya jano shar kiya pe up kabir kabir, nor did I do it, nor can I do it. Vaheguru Ji did everything. So this is pushing us towards shifting our lens towards that kind of mindset. So only they repeat Naam, whoever Vaheguru Ji allows, makes repeat Naam.
I never was there to know. It's you know how there's the desks where the customer comes, but on the other wall they have the little cubicles. Okay. Yeah, they have it close to there.
No, Dad.
Just Steve saying?
What's there?
How can I?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just trying to figure out
I
how to quiet everything. Okay. No worries. Saying I know you're doing your thing. I'm just trying to figure out how to mute everyone here, but it's okay. Okay, so Aap japai japai so now, right? So here there's a lot of sikhya. So Bhagavad writes a lot about, you know, just some of the highlighted parts we'll go over. Apane sevak andar apana jap aap karde hain. So they come into their sevak and they do the job themselves. Utte sankalp nahi rehda ki main japa karda haan. So there's no thought there that I'm doing the job anymore. That thought disappears. And he talks about the state of a japa jap, and then there's just namaskara in that state as well. So as long as the individual thinks that I'm doing the job, the individual gets tired as well. So Guru Sahib Ji came into their form, into a physical body. They did job themselves. You look at Chaupai Sahib Ji, you know, Dasme Pasha, before he gave us the part Chaupai Sahib, he did that for a very long time up in the mountains. Then he gave that to us. You know, where the Gurdwara Apna, what's the Gurdwara? Forgot the name, but yeah, it had Chaupai Sahib the part of Charya, Gurdwara before Sahib, I think it was. And now, Aape gavaye so hare guna gao. Aape, they themselves. Gavaye, someone that makes someone else sing. So it's not us singing. It's us, it's Vaheguru Ji, Guru Sahib Ji. However you want to look at that, the same, nothing, no difference. they make us sing.
There's 5.
So that person, Hare Vaheguruji, Gun means virtues, Gao means to sing. You know, Gun, Gaunde, Vaheguruji, so oho jeev, Gavaye, Gavaunde, Ape Ap Vaheguruji. Ape Gavaye, so Hare Gun Gao.
What?
How many dimes and so how many pennies and souls are 2 dimes? You said 1 dime has 5 pennies. How many does 2 have?
10.
Okay, right there. And then how many pennies in a quarter?
11.
Usually
So only they sing praises of Vaheguruji, whomever Guru Sahib Ji makes sing.
25.
Right? So Guru Sahib Ji, ਗੁਰੂ ਪਰਮੇਸ਼ਰ ਜੀ ਮਹਾ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਸ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਕਾਮੀ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਗੁਣ ਕਥਾ ਕੀਰਤਨ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਆਪ ਗਵਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ, ਉਹ ਹੀ ਪੂਰਨ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਪ੍ਰਤੀਤ ਨਾਲ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਗਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ. So only they sing the praise of Vaheguru Ji, whomever Guru Sahib Ji allows to sing. So gifts, this gift of singing makes these individuals sing.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So Aape Gavaye, so Hare Guna Gao. ਉਹੀ ਗਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਗਵਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ. This reminds me of Sakhi Bhai Sata Balwand ji when they left Maharaj Darbar and they said, no, we're not coming back, we're not going to do Kirtan. And Guru Sahib Ji, udo Sangat te bakshish kiti, Sangat, you guys start singing. And then they're like, Maharaj, we don't know how to sing. They're like, no, you'll know how to sing. And Sangat, Am Sangat, regular, just not musicians, regular Sangat started singing. Aape Gavaye, so Hare Guna Gao.
Oh, yeah, 25.
I'll go write it down and count the total.
So once again, these are just my notes. This is my opinion. So don't take this, don't write this. But I believe this to be a very intricate play of singing and singing. And I'm just trying to think about it. Does one lead to another, and then does that lead back to the other? And then staying present in Shabda, which is a form of Vairag, in my opinion. Just staying present in Shabda and Tun. And that's what leads to Anahata Shabda. And when someone is in Anahata Shabda, they're in a state of Saj. And their vikars decrease. Mara Satta, Mara Kirpa flows. And then, Jin Prem Upiyo Tinhi Prabhu Payo. Falling in love. But Vairag is once again, this is just opinion, man. This is just, there's much more depth to all this. And these are questions I have, like, say, does saying actually lead to singing? Does singing actually lead to saying? And what is that play? And what happens there? And these are things that, it's not like you get these answers externally. These are things that you put into practice in your own life, when you're walking about, when you're sitting in your own abhyas and you're doing abhyas, and then you're singing, and then you see where that play takes you and what happens with that. what is Vairag at that point for you? And once again, this is going to be different for everyone else. And what is this Anahad Shabd that Maharaj talks about? How does that flow? Where does that flow from? How do we get to that point? So just internal dialogues that I have from time to time with Gurbani, and the way sometimes I try to look at Gurbani, and there can be no correlation between saying and singing, and like there might not be anything. It's just another place for mind to dive into and see, is there something else? Is there something at a depth that Maharaj is saying, that Maharaj put these lines together like this? And that's going to come from our own practice. And when you sit there and you contemplate on ton, on Shabad, and you start flowing, and you see, okay, you come out of that and you read these lines of Sukhmani Sahib on this last body. Well, how did that affect the play that I just went through internally when I was sitting in meditation? Or how did these lines that Maharaj just said, as I'm walking about, I'm going through my day and I'm interacting with people, how does this play? How do I see this? How do I view this? And it shifts. It's always evolving. It's always shifting as my experiences change with my interactions with the world, my interactions with myself. Prabh kirpa te hoye pragas. Prabh Vaheguru Ji. Kirpa, grace. Te, from, ton, hoye, become, hoye. Pragaso, light, illumination, prakashi, prakash.
What's that? What's that?
So Prabh, Vaheguru Ji, Kirpa, grace, Kirpa, Te, from, ton, hoye, become, hoye, Pragaso, light, prakashi, prakash.
How many pennies in the penny? Okay, how many pennies in the penny?
Maybe 5.
Okay.
Five. And how many pennies in the
Quarter.
ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪੂਰਨ ਅਗਮ ਅਪਾਰ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਸੱਚੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਤੋਂ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਨਿਰੰਕਾਰ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਅਸੰਖ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਥਰੂ ਮਾਰਾ ਕਿਰਪਾ within the Gursevak this prakash comes prakash ਦੀ ਸਾਖਿਆਤਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ so the prakash is there, it's just that this individual now has a lens to view it. Prakash has always been there. ਭਾਵੇਂ ਹਰੇਕ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਸਾਖਿਆਤਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ. So yeah, even though this prakash is in with everyone, not everyone has the lens to view this. ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤੋ ਕੋਟਿ ਸੂਰ ਉਜਾਰਾ ਬਿਨ ਸੈ ਭਰਮੋ ਅੰਧੇਰਾ. How does this happen? Well, here's a yathatok that says naam japat, through naam japa. Gur Prasad, Gursevaks inside and outside are illuminated with a japa jap, Nirguna Brahmji. They start to see light. They start to see the light. It's Baba Hanam Singh Ji Rampur Kheda. He talks about it himself in Sekneya, and he has audio that he speaks himself as well, where he talks about how he got Prakash. And he's like, everywhere I went, everywhere I walk, I just see Prakash. I just see Prakash. And then I think, if I remember correctly, he did Binti to Maharaj, like Maharaj, please, like, was it like, it's too much for me, just take this away. I don't know. You could read it all in Sekaneha. It's all present there. But he talks about him getting Prakash, his own life.
Wait, check. Check.
No, later, find it. How many pennies in one of those, and then you have 4 of those.
Look, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, right there, yeah, you're right there.
Prabhu Dayate Kamal Vikas. So we talked about the Kamal in, I don't remember which Astpadi was the second, maybe, towards the end. And that whole second Astpadi, remember, that's the Astpadi if someone passes away. That's what we sing, like someone that's a worldly person. It talks about going through the path of the Jam and all that kind of stuff. So that's what we read when someone passes away, someone worldly passes away. If a Mahapurush is passing away, then you're hitting that 21st Astapadi and stuff like that. You're just doing Sukhmani Sahib in general as well. So Prabhu Dayate Kamala Bega. So Pai Rantir Singh Ji writes in depth about the Kamal and the Vigas of the Kamal, and how it's upside down and it opens up and all that kind of stuff. So you could read his stuff as well if you want to get into depth about this. So Prabhu Vaheguru Ji, Daya, mercy, Te, Ton, from, Kamal, the lotus flower, Hirda, we're going to say heart here, Begas of blossoms, khid janda hai.
I think it like this. You do it right?
Yeah.
Daddy,
So
I do it right?
Prabhu Vaheguru Ji,
Yeah.
Maharaj Ji, Daya, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਦਇਆ ਤੋਂ mercy,
Well,
Te, Ton, from, the Begaso, the blossom, the kirjana of the kamal, of the lotus flower, or of the heart happens. So Prabhu, Akal Purkh, Satguru Sahib Ji di Pura Nagam Par Mahavismad Prakash Roop Antakalavan Sarvyapi Sachi Dayaton. From their daya, Prema Bhagati, loving devotion. Prema Bhagati, Nimarta, Garibi, Shanti, Khema, Karuna, Mudata, Maitri, Upekhya, Ade, Sarvyapi Vismadanant, Shubh Gunadiyan, Anat Kala, Sahit, Premi Gursevak da Hirda, khid janda hai. So by the mercy of Vaheguru Ji, from the mercy of Vaheguru Ji, the heart blossoms with virtues. What kind of virtues? All of it, Shubh Guna, like Prema Bhakti, devotional worship, Garibi, Nimarta, humbleness, calm, state of sage, forgiveness, Vairag, third state of marriage, Vairag. So Karuna, compassion, Mudata, being in a state of joy, staying in a state of joy, Maitri sare na mitrata bana ke rakhni, kind of being friendly with everyone, and Upekhya means equanimity. One of the sayings said, Nirlepta. And that kind of like coming from Mudata, just in any situation being like the heart not jumping up, the heart not going down, the heart not sinking, the heart not getting manic, just in a state of kind of sage, kind of like being nirlep amongst it, like the form of Vaheguru Ji. Vaheguru Ji does everything, but Vaheguru Ji is away from everything. Vaheguru Ji is nirlep from everything. Or we can take the state of, like say, Baba Deep Singh Ji. Baba Deep Singh Ji cuts off a head, but Baba Deep Singh Ji is not in lekha of that head either. There's no lekha for Baba Deep Singh Ji, right? So his state is one of nirlepata. Like Mani Singh Ji, getting cut piece by piece and not having hatred for the one that's cutting him. Nirlepata. Justice will be served, but not out of hatred.
everybody don't want to do it.
because it's the right thing to do. That's why. Not being affected. So through Maharaj Daya, Prabhu Dayate, the Kamal, the Hirda, the heart blossoms. Prabhu so prasanna basai mane soe. Prabhu Vaheguru Ji. So prasanna. So pali prakar, atyant hi prasanna. So a lot to a great depth. If we break this word up into two, so sasinokad, to a great depth or a lot. Prasanna means to be pleased.
Okay.
You good, Janak? Basa, to reside. Vasa. Mane, mande vech. Soe, with praise, sobha vale. Sobha sahita. So Prabh, Vaheguru Ji, so prasanna, pleased to a great depth, basa, to reside, pali prakar atyant hi prasanna. So prasanna Vaheguru Ji, basa, vasa, manne, mande vech, soe, sobha sahit, with praise. Pleased to great depth, Vaheguru Ji merges within a Gursevak's heart. So those sevaks, or those are the hearts that we're talking about, are those sevaks that are one with the Gurbani, meaning they're flowing in Gurbani Ji all the time. So Gurbani ਚ ਲੀਨ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਮਨ ਅੰਦਰ ਪੂਰਨ ਕਿਰਪਾਲ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਭਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਅਤਿਅੰਤ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਨ ਸੋਭਾ ਸਹਿਤ ਵਸ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਭਾਵ ਲੀਨਤਾ ਏਕਤਾ ਅਭੇਦਤਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਲੀਨਤਾ just mean to merge, ekata to be one, apedta there's no distinction anymore. So yata goro jinko so prasanno naam hare hriday nivasa. So pleased to great depth, Vaheguru Ji merges within a Gursevak's heart. Those Gursevaks that are merged with Bani, that are lean in their Guru all the time, that are falling in love with their Guru, that are all about their Guru, that Gurbani and that Sorta, the ones that walk on that marg. Prabh so prasanna, basai mane soe. Another thing that happens. Prabh dayate mate uttam hoye. Another gift given through daya. Prabh Vaheguru Ji. Daya, mercy, daya. Te, from, to, mate, the intellect, the mata. Uttam, high or great. Sreshta, uttam. Hoye, become, ho jandi hai. ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਉੱਤਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ? ਪ੍ਰਭ ਦਇਆ ਤੇ। So it's not within us. we're going to intellectualize and we're going to do all this, and we think our mata is going to get uchi. Even the practice of intellectualizing Gurbani Artha is Prabhadaya. This very act that we're all trying to do right now is Prabhadaya. And this very act, from this very act, Mate Uttam Hoy.
My nose will keep on becoming closed. This is the only nose actually on it.
So a Gursevak's intellect, or we can say their mindset, their mata, becomes great by the mercy of Vahiguruji. Once again, a mindset that's merged within Gurbani. Vahiguruji di vismad agama par andar bahar anat kalavan. Anat means like pretty much countless, and the kalavan means power, the power that's countless. Sarva vyapi, all pervading, prakasha swarupa puran amara. Amara means the one that never dies. Sachi dayato. So this is that type of daya that we're talking about. That Shakti that's always rising, that daya that's always present, that daya that's pervading in every little particle. We walk out of daya, we talk out of daya, our whole life is based out of daya. So, ऐसी दया तो गुरसेवक जी दी मत गुरबाणी च लीनता वाली श्रेष्ठ हो जाती है. So our intellect, our mata, becomes one that's merged within Gurbani. And that's why it's Saresht. That's why it's high. And then last we talk about this too, right? Sevaka da jada mani va mat uchi, hai na? Mata pata rakha apa akal par Vaheguru ji. So the keeper of that intellect, the keeper of that mata is Akal Purkh as well. So from Mara Daya we get it. And Maharaj is the one that maintains it for us as well. And I'm sure you can make many correlations. You talk about Bhai Daya Singh Ji, Panj Pyare, where it all starts and why Daya is so important. Or compassion. Some people might translate this as compassion as well.
What else?
The library's near your place.
That's the park I'm going. No, not that park, the other park. The closest one.
Sarv Nidan Prabh Teri Maya. Sarv all, Sare Nidan Khajane treasures. Prabh Vaheguru Ji, Teri, your, Aap Ji di Maya, grace, Kirpa. Beautiful arts here. So Sarv Nidan, Sare Khajane. Prabh Teri Maya. Vaheguru Ji, Aap Ji di Maya, grace, Kirpa. You can flow a couple different ways with this.
There is all those climbing things where you can go along to it and climb up and the other climbing things.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. Benches.
Okay. That would be in 2000. They'll have to.
Pehla artha, hey Vaheguru Ji, oh Vaheguru Ji, your mercy is treasure. Your mercy is all the treasure. So Vaheguru Ji, your mercy is treasure. हे वाहिगुरु जी, आप जी दी महाविस्माद सर्वव्यापी प्रकाश रूप पूਰਨ किरपा ही सारे खजाने हैं। सो आप जी दी किरपा ही खजाना है। Not need no other खजाने, just need your किरपा. That is the treasure. वाह दूजा अर्थ अथवा हे अकाल पुरख जी, आप जी दी किरपा नाल सर्वव्यापी विस्माद खिमा संतोख धीरज आदि असंख्य शुभ गुणा दे सारे भाव अणगिणत countless खजाने गुरसेवक जी ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਨ through your ਕਿਰਪਾ।
Yeah, but what does it say?
Write a sentence about why you like this place.
So हे ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, O ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, all treasures are gained through your mercy. So now we're talking about all treasures as in the Shobh Gunas.
Oh, period. I forgot.
Forgiveness, contentment, calm. Shobh Guna, positive virtues, good virtues. So Sarvanandan, Sare Khajane, Prab Teri Maya are obtained through your grace, through your kirpa, through your Maya. Your Maya is the actual treasure. Apaho Kachu Nakinhu Laya. They themselves, Apane Yatan Guman Irkha Vair Karke, Apaho. Apaho just means apane, but this is what we're talking about. So we left this in the arth there. Apaho, themselves, by their own doing. Apane yatan ya guman ya irkha ya vair karke, or just apane apaho. Kachu, anything, kuch bhi, na nahi, no, kinhu, anyone, kise ne bhi, laya, take or ga or laya.
What are things that come from bonds?
Milk, newspaper, paper rolls.
So once again, this last body that we're going through, this is a perspective of a Mahapurush, right? Like they've gone through the other perspectives of like, oh, I gotta put an effort. I gotta do this. I gotta wait. Like, it doesn't mean this is like intellectually, yes, we could understand this, but to understand it at a practical level, that's something very different, huh? So by going through this last 40, that doesn't mean we stop trying and we blame everything and like when Maharaj allows it, we'll do it. When there's there will come a time, kirpa, yes, where we can actually say that from our hearts that yeah, I didn't do it. Like Maharaj is doing it, or yeah, but we also have to stick to the mind of that struggle, that Ota Farida, Uju Sahaj, Subah Nibaj Gujar, right? Like Farida, wake up in the morning, do your Uju, right? Do you wake, like cleanse yourself, do your Nawaj in the morning, right? Like we still have to stay in that mindset too. It's on a spectrum. And as Maharaj does Daya, as Maharaj does Maya, as Maharaj gifts us these gifts of Gavai and to say, we'll move along the spectrum and get to these places as well. But this is not, can't use this as an excuse. So, well, when Maharaj does Kirpa, then I'll do it. No, Maharaj Kirpa is happening. It's happening now. आप हो कछु न किन्हु लया. Nothing is gained by our own attempt. हे वाहेगुरु जी, आप जी दी किरपा दे पात्र गुरसेवक दासन दास नीच कीट बने तो बिना अपने यतन गुमान ईरखा वैर करके पूरन गुरु जी ते गोली चला के किसे ने कुछ भी नहीं लाया. So now we're talking about, Paji gives examples of Priti Chantir, Ram Rai, Guru Banan Lai, all the stuff they did. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੈਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨਾਲ ਝਗੜੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਅੰਤ ਫਿਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਹੋਇਆ, ਪਲਚ ਕੇ ਮਰ ਗਏ. But nothing is gained by our own attempt.
Did I do it right? Did I do it right?
आप हो कछु न किन्हु लया.
Match the seed that falls.
जेतो लाभ हो ते तो लग है हरनाथ. Beautiful, man. So jeto, wherever, jiddar vi, jeto, wherever, jiddar vi lav ho, you attach or you put lav ho. Teto, there, tesapase, in that direction. Laghe, attach, lagde. Hare Vaheguru Ji, Hey Hare Ji, Nath, owner, the biggest status in the path of yoga. Nath is, Nath vi keh deida. Biggest status in the path of yoga mata. They're called Naths, but Nath means owner or Swami. So jeto lav ho, teto laghe Hare Nath.
Trust takes in take benefit.
Without getting blocked, that should be easy as hard.
Hey Swami Ji, ਜਿੱਧਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ ਕਰਨ ਚ ਲਾਭ ਹੋ ਤਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੀ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਹਨ. ਸੋ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੀੜੀ ਬਣੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ mean the humble ਸੇਵਕ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਖਜ਼ਾਨੇ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਹੋਣ, give all the treasures. ਉਸ ਸੇਵਕ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਧਰ ਗੁਰੂ ਸੇਵਾ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀ ਚ ਕਰਨ ਚ ਲਾਭ ਹੋ ਤਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੀ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਹਨ. And then we talk about ਭਾਈ ਮਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ here, I talk about ਭਾਈ ਮਤੀ ਦਾਸ ਜੀ here, right? So ਪਹਿਲਾ ਅਰਥ, O my owner ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, whomever you grace your treasures, those Gursevaks attach in seva, in sacrifice. First arth. Then there's a Paramana, Bhai Mani Singh Ji doing Sukhmani Sahib while being cut into pieces. And Baba Mati Das Ji doing Japji Sahib while being sawed in half.
Why are you supposed to get it? Why are you supposed to get it?
Right, so the first arth is towards that seva perspective. Jeto labh ho, teto lag hai Hare Nath. Hey Guru Sahib Ji, wherever you attach your sevadars, they go there, they attach, they do that seva. Baba Nidan Singh Ji doing seva of langar, like Hajur Sahib, uthe langar chalaye. They left. They had Sakyat Darshan of Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Maharaj said, Hat tera gisa mera, like your hand in my khajana, go do seva, don't leave now, do your thing. And Baba Nadan Singh langar is still there, right, going on. Talk about Bhai Mani Singh Ji, talk about Bhai Mati Das Ji. So all these Mahapurushas, wherever you attach these individuals, talk about Sant Baba Gurbacha Singh Ji, Maharaj gave him a duty to teach Artha, to teach Gurbani Santhya, to make sure the Taksal moves forward. And from them, We see what happened from them. Like a lot, I mean, Pagajis of the world, Santa Gani Mohan Singh Jis of the world, like Gani, so many Mahapurushas got created by their seva, right? So wherever they were attached, wherever Guru Sahib Ji put them, they went in that direction and they did that seva. Second arth, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is stating, Panjve Pashi farma rahe hain, Hey Hare Nath Ji, jeto jiya nu launde ho, te is passe hi lagde hain. So wherever you attach, Guru Arjan Sahib Ji is stating, Oh Vaheguru Ji, in whichever direction you attach people, they attach in that very direction. Jeto labh hote to lag hai Hare Nath. So in whichever direction you attach people, they attach in that very direction. Now, once again, I just want to reiterate. If someone ends up killing someone and says, oh, Maharaj made me do it, no, you can't go there, can't say that. Because the lekha, that individual still has to pogata. The lekha is still on the individual, right? They're not free from lekha. The only people free from lekha are the ones that the Mahapurushas are free from lekha, Guru Sahib is free from lekha, they're nalep. So we can't be blaming Akal Purkh Ji for, Satguru Sacha kya kare, jo Sikha mein hai chook. What do you expect the Satguru to do if the Sikhs are at fault? What do you want the Guru to do if the Sikh is at fault? Satguru Sacha kya kare, jo Sikha mein hai chook. So, apne girivan mein sir niva kar dekh, look under your own collar and realize where you lack and move from there and make progress from there. But yes, in essence, jeto labh hote to lage Hare Nath. It's true.
Are you sure it's orange?
But the karma is still going to have to be dealt with.
Are you sure it's orange?
Yeah, it goes orange.
Ante Naveda, tere ji pehli ja. On your soul, is still going to be called for account. Nanak inka kachu na haath. Nanak Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji Mahla Panjwa Ji. Inka, in English, we'll do it together. This person's, or inna de kachu, something, kuch bhi, na, no, nahi, haath, hand.
Okay, what's this one?
Nath means owner, malaka.
The letters in these signs are all mixed up. Unscramble the letters and write the correct word below. This is to pause. What should it really say?
Stop.
Yeah. Nanak inka kachu na haath. There's Nath right here.
What is that thing? Oh, rock.
Swami, owner.
Look at the picture to see what this one's doing.
Oh. Wow. Is there a red walk?
We could open Nath up a little bit more if you guys want. I could look at it a little bit further. But I believe the Artha, the status of the status of the yogis is from Mahan Kosh. I don't have Mahan Kosh with me right now, so we could open it up right now.
No. Why?
Nanak inka kachu na haath. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji stating, nothing is within the hand of these humans. Right? For, I want to do this, I want to do that. Like nothing is within their hand. To take the fruit of loving devotion from your treasure, These treasures are only obtained through your grace. Jor na surti gyani vichare. The power to intellectualize Gurbani, to do vichar Gurbani. It's not within these humans' hands. So Guru Sahib Ji is saying, ਸਫਾਰਿਸ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਸ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੋ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਨ ਪਿੱਤਰ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਦੇ ਅਸੰਖ ਭੰਡਾਰਿਆਂ ਚੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ
So what does DPO spell? No.
ਸੋ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਸੋ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਅਗੰਪਾਰ ਅੰਤ ਨ ਪਾਰਵਾਰ ਬਹੁ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਬੇਸੁਮਾਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਦਾ ਕਾਰਨ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕਿਰਪਾ that leads to ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ So do your daya Maharaj, do your tars, do have mercy. Ne shubh gun bakhsh ke naam japao Maharaj. Hey mana. Guru Pritam ji nu अनेक बार रोम रोम करके हर समय नमस्कारां करके सेवा सेवन गुरु भक्ति करके गुरु चरना च लीन हो That was the first अर्थ second अर्थ इन्हां जियां दे कुछ भी हथ वस नहीं है जिसो हाथे जो रुकारे वेख्या सोए नानक उत्तम नीच न कोय So here some sikhya here ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਕਰਨ ਕਰਾਵਨਹਾਰ ਸਵਾਮੀ ਜੀ ਹਨ ਪਰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜੀਵ ਹੰਗਤਾ ਸਹਿਤ ਮਹਾ ਪਾਪ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ where the individual is working out of ego ਉੱਥੇ ਨਿਰਲੇਪ ਹੀ ਹਨ there Maharaj is the late so yes Maharaj does everything but as long as the ego is at work Maharaj is nirlep from that carriage So Panjapashi is stating nothing is within the hand of these humans. Nanak in keh kashu na haath. Gur prasad, to prasad, sant prasad. Jo bole so nihal, sat sri akal, gurbara kal, mahima par. So that's number 6, guys. Mara Kirpa. That's the 6th Astpadi. And we are almost where we started. It's been about a year almost now. We started in the new year. And yeah. Let's keep it flowing. Let's keep it going. And just to look back and see, take this, or maybe even after today or even after next week, all that you've been through, all your writing, the reflection, the amount of growth that's happened, the path, the up and downs, the beauty, even in the falling, in the downs, and of course, the beauty in the ups, and taking it all in, man. What a beautiful year from that perspective, Anna. Mara Kirpa. Yeah. I appreciate everything, Ravi. Yeah. But yeah, we'll start number 7 next week. And that's going to put us into a different mind frame as well. And that'll be a beautiful way, I guess, to end off the year and start the year as well. Astpadi 7.
What's the next question?
So, Mara Kirpa. Till next week, guys. Oh, email the link. Yes, you know what? I'm going to get on that. You stop this recording.